Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Good to see everyone. Let's see if I do that. Yes, there we go. Solo layout, just for the moment. How's everybody doing today? Good to see everyone. Welcome everybody to the Stage of Reason. Just make sure I get situated here. It's been an interesting day today. Spent a bunch of time down at the regional medical center, getting some stuff done, getting some stuff checked out, and hopefully everything is good. Heart wise, cardiovascular, and all kinds of stuff. But I've been looking forward to today because the Stage of Reason has been doing so well as of like we had some interesting conversations. I've just been excited. Just excited about having today's stage. So I'm looking for. Hopefully, we'll have some good conversations. Fingers crossed. But I welcome everybody for being here. I am JL. This is Channel Bridge the Divine, of course, the Stage of Reason, where we talk to believers about things that they believe and why they believe them. And if you are interested, if you yourself are a believer, if you're new here, I welcome you. And if you'd like to come up on stage and talk to us about what you believe and why, we'd be more than happy to have you. The link is pinned in the side chat. So thank you very much for being here. Let's see who we have in the chat today. I see Andrew O was first. Good to see you, Andrew. Thanks so much for being here. As well as Jay Patrick is here. Good to see you, Jay. The spam goes here. Was Ferd. Good to see you, spam. As well as Cord is here. Good to see you, Cord. And Professor Hizzle's in the house. Good to see you, Hizzle. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate that. And see, Clive Wells is here with the obligatory alternative energy. Appreciate it, Clive. Thank you so much for being here. As well as the PhD Tony original, Krakatony himself is hanging out in the chat, rumbling in the background. Good to see you, Tony. Let me see who else. Who else do we have here? Griff01 is here. Good to see you, Griff. Haven't seen JL live in ages. I'm excited. I'm excited to have you here. Thank you so much, Griff. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for hanging out. Who else do we have? And Captain Lurker is here. Good to see you, Captain. Thanks so much for hanging out. As we're kind of like as things are starting to pile in, or people start to trickle in. I know that there's some other big there's some other channels that are live right now. I know that the line just went live at the exact same time as I did. But I felt like going live at 6 would be a good time. I think that it was a good place to start it. Like I said, I was excited. I wanted to kick it off a little early. So we'll see if we have any decent conversations coming up. I know things are like popping off in my in the Discord. There's a conversation going on between Andrew and 8-Bit or Chris. I see that's going off right now. And it's still the same thing, the argument about morality being objective or reality being objective or morality being objective or subjective. I see, let's say, I guess I can talk with Andrew about it if he pops in, or if you want to check it out. It's currently going on in the channel chat, but it's the same kind of stuff. But yeah, so I see that that's still a conversation that's being had. Let me see here. Jinju is here. Good to see you, Jin. Thanks so much for being here. Says, you got to drive home. Could you wax poetically for about 30 minutes? I will do my best. I will do my best. Morality is objectively subjective. It requires minds. Therefore, it is subject to that requirement. Harumph. Mind stance independently true that it is mind stance dependent. But yes, morality in and of itself is mind stance dependent. There's always a stance that's being referenced in order to ascertain what the ought is. As per Hume, you can logically derive an ought from an is. So that would be the issue. Ethical valuations, that is the key. Most theists never understand what subjective means. This is true. Most theists never understand what subjective means. As a matter of fact, for those who were unaware, I popped over to, like last night, Angel Gamer sent me a link to pop over to this other guy's chat. I believe he goes by generally specific is what he goes by. Generally specific had an open panel, and Angel Gamer said, if I wanted to vote, if I wanted to have some fun, I should pop over there and pop on his channel. And it was generally, that's a car. Yeah, that's true. The General Lee is a car, but General Lee specific, and is the dude's pseudo Jim Bob, pseudo made by Jim Bob, kind of like trollish, theist nonsense, looking to farm clips or do something of that nature to, it's not like really serious conversation. Spent the vast majority, spent a huge, an inordinate amount of time wanting to talk about my genitalia, stuff like that. That's the kind of like individual he is. And not to mention had some, any connection to Jim Bob is, agreed, Sith Ellis, agreed. And, but yeah, but there were some interesting moments. I think there were some decent moments that came through there when, I was allowed to speak and actually talk about stuff. Clive, I'd like to think I did. I would like to think I did destroy him. When I was given the opportunity, the big issue was that he would ask a question, and then I would get and he was asking really, really complex questions. So he would ask a really complex question that you can't really answer in like one or two sentences. And not only would and that would be the first thing. He would ask that question, and then when I would go to give the answer, he would interrupt me about halfway through. So, or maybe, he would I would get one or two sentences out, and then he would interrupt me in the middle of it without letting me finish. And then he would go back to ask something else. And the reason I realized what he was doing, he was asking additional questions. He was interrupting the answers to ask questions because he lacked the fundamental understanding of the topics that he was engaging with. So whether it came to evolution, or it came to abiogenesis, or it came to cosmology, or it came to morality, or like philosophy and like this, there were foundational concepts that he was not aware of. Like he didn't know the difference between epistemology and ontology. He didn't know what logical fallacies were. He didn't know the difference between objective and subjective. So it was a combination of he would ask questions, and then when we tried to get into it, he would get frustrated, and then he would start trolling. So multiple times in the conversation, it would go towards my sexuality, the state of the relationship between me and my wife, lots of bigoted stuff, some anti-trans stuff, some homophobic stuff. It was really gross, but I pushed through it so that we could maybe get somewhere. But it was I had fun. I had some good laughs because they're pretty much just jokes, but what do you expect? God equals square root of -1 says there's only Rim Job. There is no Jim Bob. That's true. There is only Rim Job. And Oat Milk, good to see you. I remember one thing I will say. Oh, Griff01 says, is that stream up? I want to see you beating Jim Bob. I have not engaged with Jim Bob himself. This guy would be Jim Bob adjacent. He's kind of like a mock Jim Bob Light, or Rim Job Light is pretty much what he is. So, but he's in that same vein of trollish, deeply, deeply, profoundly ignorant theists that just are looking to farm clips and try to get people to say silly things, and then they interrupt them so that they can try and send get that one bit. But I would never let him do that. I know how to obstruct their ability to do that. So Timu Jim Bob, that's good. So Sith Ellis, yeah. And I do have someone in the back. Good to see you, Jay. How are you doing?
There we go. My mic is working. Cool. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yep. How are you doing?
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just going to write in there. I was watching speaking of Jim Bob, I was watching a debate portions of a debate between Jim Bob and Planet Peterson. I think it was one of the ones that, what is it? Modern day debates holds is one of those, WrestleMania style debate.
Oh, it was at the debate con, con.
Yep. Yeah. It was Jim Bob was trying to which I think the topic was which explains reality better, naturalism or theism, which was weird to me, or maybe it was Christianity. I can't remember, but yeah, it was bad.
Yeah, that's and one thing I noticed, and maybe I didn't watch that. I'm familiar with the topic, like the silliness of that topic, but I'm curious. Did you watch the entire debate? Did you watch the whole thing?
No, I was gonna. Yeah, well, no, I only, like I said, I watched portions of it. I want to find the whole thing, because there was portions of it where he was talking about, like, it seemed like Jim Bob was like trying to push, like everything was being deflected back at Planet Peterson. So when Planet Peterson asked him, like, well, if you ask me, like, how do you explain the origin of the universe? And Planet Peterson Planet Peterson is just giving us, and he goes, well, if I just say, oh, it just happens naturally, that's not an explanation. And then Jim Bob turns around and he goes, well, yeah, because that's from your worldview and that's what you have to give, or something like that. And he goes, yeah, but the debate we're having is which explains things better, naturalism or theism. So explain how God does this. And he goes, oh, he just does.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, you just ran into exactly what Planet Peterson was telling you. You're just asserting it as like, oh, it just happens because God, that's what God does. It's funny. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
I've noticed.
I was like, this is a mess. I'm like,
Oh yeah,
geez,
oh yeah.
Bob.
I've noticed he a lot of the times he does is that he's desperate whenever he's debating, he's desperate to stay in the inquisitor seat, is that he wants to interrogate the other person's worldview. And I get
Mhm.
that in the purpose of debate, when you're doing like a back and forth, like you can ask questions in that, but he never wants to defend
His own.
any of his actual stuff. Like if you drill down into like the God concepts or like the religious concepts, he never wants to go into that because I'm pretty sure he knows that they're not defensible.
Yeah, it seemed to be that because he ran right into that, and I'm like, dude, you're just doing exactly what, because Peterson was telling him, he's like, if I just told you, oh, it just happens naturally, you're not going to accept that as an explanation. And then he tried to
No.
say, like, and then he tried to put everything on Peterson, and then Peterson's like, yeah, but the point of this debate is to figure out which one explains reality better. So explain how your God creates the universe supernaturally.
The mechanistic relationship
Yeah.
between
He's like, okay. That must have been so frustrating for him. Like, I'd have just walked away. I'm like, what an idiot.
here's the kicker. Here's the kicker for me is after DebateCon, Planet Peterson posted up in his the area in your community, in the community post on your YouTube channel. Planet Peterson posted up a comment indicating that the person that we see when it comes to Jim Bob, the person that we see on the internet is not who he really is. That it's essentially everything he's putting up is a performance. He's basically playing a character, and that.
So
go ahead, yeah.
Well, yeah, because doesn't he do like cartoons and stuff? He does like his own like comedic cartoon.
Yeah, it's this kind of like weird alt-right, memification shit. But yeah, and he like when Eric dropped that, he's pretty much just performative. It's all performative. I couldn't take him seriously anymore, because even if he was trying to defend like legitimately defend a part of his worldview, I would never be able to tell if that was the case because of the character that he's established in front of it. So, and if I know it's all performative and he's just basically LARPing for the ducats, I don't care. And so I was supposed to have a morality debate with him that Taka was going to set up. And this was like last year before DebateCon. And I was supposed to do one, but when I found out about that, I was like, yeah, I'm no longer interested anymore. It's just going to be him arguing like with the whole like explanation thing, like you were talking about with Eric and Jim Bob. The whole point is we can provide really strong naturalistic explanations for these things, but those things are not going to be emotionally satisfactory to Jim Bob. And his argument is essentially going to be because they're not emotionally satisfactory, because they don't conclude with human beings being special and that we exist for an objective, like a metaphysical purpose. then that's going to discount them as an explanation. So it's just going to be an appeal to emotion is all it's going to be, which is why he knows he can't defend his position. So, but he's just going to wind up doing that to me in a morality debate. He's going to argue against that. He's going to basically argue that because he doesn't like the consequences or what's logically entailed by morality being subjective, because he doesn't like those consequences because of the problems it runs into, like we see, wars and shit like that. Because of that, he's going to argue that it's wrong, and it's just going to be a waste of fucking time.
Yeah. Well, the weird thing was he was like talking about like universals, and it seemed like his argument was, and maybe I wasn't listening close enough, but it seemed to be that his argument was that in order to have universals, you have to have a universal mind to establish the truth
Right,
of universals. Yeah. And I was like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense whatsoever, man. Like none whatsoever. I was like, what philosophy book did you read that you gleaned that from reading about concepts and abstracta and universals that you gleaned from that? Oh, you got to have a universal mind that can do that, because our minds are we're particulars, but we have particular truths, but there's universal truths, and we can't come up with our own universal truths. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Okay. It's literally this is like this is postmodernism. This is like this is rim jobism is what it is. That's the type of philosophy that he's talking about, where that's why I can't take him seriously. It's just
I don't know how he could, if he's got any kind of like, I mean, all you have to do is like read like Philosophy for Dummies and realize that he's talking out of his butthole. And then, but to do that, it would seem like you would have to have just like very little shame.
Oh yeah, zero, none whatsoever. So and thank you, Turing Test. Turing Test 2 has been a member of the Godless Army for 56 months. Thank you so much, Turing Test. You rock. I appreciate all that support. Couldn't do this without you. Thank you very much. And I see Reverb is in the house. Good to see you, Reverb, with the $1 super chat. No message, but I appreciate it, Reverb. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. You rock. And I see, who else was here? Yep, Turing Test 2 said, evidence of a god? Nope, still not seen any. Yeah, it seems to be a hurdle that they can't overcome. That was consistent. And good to see you, BV. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you being here.
That was the other thing. He was asking about how the argument is the evidence. Arguments are evidence. And I'm like, and I was watching this guy's video and he goes, well, the premise. And I'm like, well, actually you need the evidence. So like the guy, the person's critique video that I was watching, which was only like 11 minutes, he goes, well, actually the premises are kind of the evidence. I'm like, yeah, those particular propositions and the way they relate to certain things that are evident, like, if you're doing a court case and you're referring to fingerprints matching, right? So the proposition is in relation to the fact that we have these examples of people having unique fingerprints and how we use those to identify, if somebody was holding a particular object, whatever, like a murder weapon. And Jim Bob just kept insisting, well, I'm trying to argue for the evidence. And I'm like, oh, so if I argue strong, I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, so if I argue long and strong enough about the rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard, that's evidence for the rainbow colored unicorn that shits gold bricks in my backyard.
It's almost
awesome, Jim Bob.
It's weird. It's the same kind of like the same kind of shit. It's you see that there's a common theme between like him and Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson and the others that are cut of that same cloth. Where it's like I ask the same question that you do, like where are they getting this? How are they deriving this? Like what are their sources? How are they coming to these conclusions? And my guess is, because they'll never like get into the details of that because they know it'll fall apart. But my thought process is that it's kind of like the buffet, that they are picking and choosing pieces out of things that they've heard, and without ever like diving into those deeper concepts, that they're like hearing a concept and then they're tying stuff together in a way that validates their own like personal intuitions or their own like the positions they've taken on various stuff. Andrew Wilson's definitely like, his anti-feminist bullshit and his all of his antisocial nonsense. So he'll definitely pull from philosophy that backs that or validates that in a way, or he'll just twist it so that it does.
It just sounds like garage, like some idiot smoking and drinking in their garage room, like doing their best to imitate Jordan Peterson.
There was a guy on the stream that I popped into last night that was pretty much that. I don't know. I think he was sitting in his garage. It looked like a garage. Or it was a shack. I have no idea. But yeah, it was really bad. I think he was drunk, but
that's the best way.
Oh yeah.
just don't well, the other problem that I have with Andrew Wilson is that at least I think, of course, I have to go back and listen to see what exactly. I don't think I've ever heard like Jim Bob give an opening statement, so I'd have to go back and listen. But every time I've heard Andrew Wilson give, and this may not be the case, but it's been like on 4, maybe 5 different occasions, I've heard Andrew Wilson give an opening statement. It's not an opening statement. He does not make the case in his opening statement for what he's arguing for. It just is he just tries to refute what the other person said in their opening statement. I'm like, do you not have any way of making a case for why? Because he did it with Carrier, and he did it with he did it with Matt Dillahunty first, but then he had a debate with Carrier, and he did the same thing. Carrier it was secular humanism versus Christianity, and Carrier gave his opening statement, and then Andrew Wilson goes second, and all he's doing is just going through what Carrier brought up and how it doesn't make sense or how it doesn't seem to be satisfactory, this kind of thing. And or at the very least, it was right on par with Christianity. So Christianity wasn't better. Secular humanism was just right there with Christianity.
Right.
And I was like, you're not making a good case here, Andrew, but okay, whatever.
Yeah, never defend their position. Never get them to. They'll never do it. They're just like Darth Dawkins. They are allergic to any kind of critical examination, or any kind of like when you just try to get them to explain or to go into detail to try and figure this stuff out. They're allergic to it. They break out in hives.
Yeah, well, with Darth Dawkins, it's always about his inquisition of how you are actually delusional, and that he's just trying to wake you up to the idea that God exists. I know God exists. You need to wake the fuck up and understand why it is that God, because Paul said so in Romans 1. And you go, I don't believe Paul. And he goes,
but your entire worldview collapses, and it's just a worldview body double because you're just stealing from us. Brah.
Yeah.
It's just so nonsense. Skyworks, good to see you. Says Jim Bob is psychologically stunted. He's stunted in a lot of ways. He really is. And good to see you, Skyworks.
But that's the thing. I can tolerate Jim Bob to an extent that I cannot tolerate Andrew Wilson. I don't know. Maybe it's tone of voice. I don't get it, but
it might be.
Personal preference. That's all. It's purely subjective.
Yeah, I agree with that. And my distaste for Andrew Wilson is far greater than it is for Jim Bob. Jim Bob, I consider just annoying. It's just obnoxious, especially if it really is all performative, which I think it is. If it's all performative LARPing bullshit, then I'm just like whatever. Then he's just I can hand wave it. Andrew Wilson is just a disgusting human being, just flat out, just a gross person. And I said my piece when
he can't open. He has a problem opening jars.
And opening jars, yeah, and blaming everybody else for all of his failures. Every time he perceives that he's failed, quickly blaming something else for his perceived failures. I said my piece when I was ambushed when Andrew Wilson, when I was suddenly found myself on the same stage with him, and I said my piece. I broke it down, and that was it. And I was done. That's all I did. That's all I wanted to do. Is like, okay, cool. I get my opportunity to say my piece to Andrew Wilson, not really to his face because it wasn't in person. I'd do it in person too. That would be even funnier.
Yeah.
But I said my piece and I moved on from there because I know that there's an argument for the necessity of the conversation that allowing such atrocious atrocious thinking, or allowing such these atrocious topics, these non-neutral topics, allowing them to proliferate in their own echo chambers, like what happened with Nick Fuentes. The reason Nick Fuentes got to where it got as big as he did is because no one was stepping up to challenge him. And I get the argument because Wilson himself has made this argument. I've heard other people, bring it up, is that the reason they got so big is because no one was willing to step up and take him on. And it was either because they were not prepared to go to like battle with his style of rhetoric and how he does kind of like the Ben Shapiro bullshit where it's just like blah blah blah, just rapid fire, and most people aren't prepared for that. And then the other half of the people who are prepared, they know he's full of shit and they're not going to waste their time trying to do it, so they can't justify like going. It's like arguing against flat Earth. I can't do it because I don't want to platform mental illness or someone who is deliberately, knowingly lying and is a grifter. I just don't want.
I did it one time. I did it one time. I didn't want to, but I was like, all right, fine. I didn't have an opening statement or anything. This guy really wanted. He went by, what was his name? Soapbox TV or something like. I can't remember, but he was. Everything was a conspiracy theory to this guy. He was over on Praise IM's channel, and he started. He started talking about like how the dome is seven layers, right? It's a 7-layer dip, and right, which is what all I could think of is like 7 layer. I'm like, man, I'm really craving a 7-layer like nacho dip right now. And he kept insisting. He kept using the word impenetrable. It's an impenetrable dome, 7-layer dome. And then I asked him. I went, well, you said it's an impenetrable dome, yeah? And he goes, yeah. And I said, and it's 7 layers? And he goes, yeah. If it's impenetrable, how did we determine it's 7 layers? And he goes, oh, good point. Good point. But he changed it. After that, he used the word impermeable. He never used impenetrable again.
Oh, and hello, I Killed Earl. Good to see you, Earl. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. You're right, Cord. It is a Reddit thread of consciousness. It really is. Don't even want to call it a stream of consciousness. It's a Reddit thread of consciousness.
Oh, that was the other thing. There's 2 females that I saw that debated. They debated Andrew Wilson. Going back to that real quick. Not So Erudite was one. I think that's what she goes by. And then there was another woman, but I didn't realize how long those debates were. They were on there with him for like almost 8 fucking hours.
Oh, fuck.
7-8 hours talking to Andrew Wilson. I'm like, how in the fuck do you sit there and have a conversation with that person for that long, with like not going, without seeking some kind of mental help afterward,
not having a fucking aneurysm?
It's like, oh, I'm gonna have to do something. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna go home and watch Star Wars or Harry Potter or just bury my head in some kind of fantasy. I couldn't believe that. I'm like, man, these ladies are hardcore. It's like, holy shit.
Earl says, yeah, Kayla is a beast. Let me see. Would say, oh yeah, Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist is here. Says good morning. Good morning, Jessica. Hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for being here. And I see and Reverb's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you so much, Reverb. And I see Hayden Walton is here as well. Says Wilson always runs a small target strategy. Agreed. That's the habit he's in, given the smallness of his the target. Given his smallness, that's the target he's used to dealing with. So he has to run small target strategy. He has a small dick.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm sorry. The minute I said it. The minute I said it, I was imagining. I
like how you had to explain that.
Dr. Horrible. It was Dr. Horrible sing along blog, and it was Nathan Fillion character playing Captain Hammer. He's playing a superhero named Captain Hammer, and it was like, and then he makes this comment to Neil Patrick Harris's character, who's Dr. Horrible, and he was like, and when it's time, I'm gonna give her the hammer. And then he just walks off screen. Then he walks off frame, comes back. The hammer is my penis. So
what? I don't. What was that on?
Dr. Horrible sing along blog.
Oh, never heard of it.
Okay, so wow. Okay, so just to give you some some info here, I think this was back. This was during the writer's strike. It was a Doctor Horrible sing along blog. Was 2008 during the
Oh,
during the
that
during the
writer strike.
yes, during the writer's strike, Joss Whedon and a few others got together and they did their own thing because as long as it's not like with the guild, then you can
Yep.
do your own independent shit. And so he got together with Neil Patrick Harris, Nathan Fillion, Felicia Day, and a number of other people all came together and they did this musical, and it was Dr. Horrible sing along blog, and it was about Neil Patrick Harris. It plays Dr. Horrible, and about his efforts to try and get into the evil League of Evil.
The
And so
evil
he's
League of
kind of like
Evil.
he's a B tier villain, and he's trying to raise up his game to get into the evil League of Evil. And so,
Okay.
but it's a combination. But he's torn between his love for Penny, who was played by Felicia Day, and his desire to be a bad guy. And so Penny pulls him towards the good side, and he wants, so he's got this internal conflict. And then Nathan Fillion plays Captain Hammer, who is the resident superhero of the city. And so, but it's also a musical, and it's really damn funny.
I'm assuming Alan Tudyk was one of them too, right?
Tudyk wasn't in it.
Really?
He was not in this.
That's interesting. Yeah, I remember 2008 because that's when they threw Dexter up on CBS edited. I'm like, what's the fucking point?
But yeah, Dr. Horrible sing along blog. It's available on YouTube. You can watch it all for free. But it is really, really funny. And one of the best parts of it, and I don't want to spoil it, but the Evil League of Evil is quite hilarious. So like the group he's trying to join. And so, but yeah, if you haven't seen Dr. Horrible sing along blog, like I said, it came out in 2008. Neil Patrick Harris doing a musical. It's absolutely amazing. It's got Nathan Fillion, Felicia Day, Simon Helberg is in it as well. So all sorts of good stuff. So really good. Let me see who else we have here. Yes, Spam goes, Captain Hammer. The hammer is my penis.
Hammer is my.
And let's see. Kyla. Is it Kyla? Not Kayla. Kyla. Kyla is how you pronounce it. Thank you, Earl. Appreciate that. And I see Canadian Ollyman is here. Good to see you, Canadian Ollyman. Thanks so much for hanging out. And oh, look, there's Karen Dave. Karen Dave is in the house. Good to see you, Karen. Hope you're doing well. And Tony says, I recommend Felicia Day's magnum opus, The Guild. It has some fantastic dialogue. I remember the first time I got drunk. I almost got kicked out of the 5th grade. The Guild was amazing. And from what I heard, rumors are that there could be a revival of The Guild.
Yeah, she's weird.
Felicia Day is reviving the cult classic web series The Guild for a reunion movie to celebrate its 20th anniversary. And that's scheduled for 2027. Felicia Day's a trip.
Yeah, I heard isn't she like she's like a big fantasy nerd too.
Oh, huge, big time.
Yeah.
It was her.
Well, obviously doing the Guild.
Yeah, it was her and what is it? Her and Will Wheaton, who helped to get Geek and Sundry pretty much to turn that into what it became today. We wouldn't have like, for example, I think the connective tissue is there. We wouldn't have Critical Role if it wasn't for the early efforts of Will Wheaton and Felicia Day.
Oh, I didn't know that. I like, yeah, Critical Role is pretty interesting because they do that Vox Machina. They're part of that Vox Machina,
right? Oh, and I can't wait. We're getting season 4.
Yeah, I started watching that show, and my wife's like, "What in the hell are you watching?" I was like,
"They're not heroes, man."
I told her, "Go to bed. Don't worry." She was like, "Well, I'm going to bed." I'm like, "That's why I turned it on right when you're going to bed, because you don't normally like Game of Thrones." Right over. She can't keep track of Game of Thrones for nothing.
I'm currently rewatching that, like I'm just. Because I don't usually have HBO, but I got the opportunity and I wanted to watch The Pit because The Pit just looks like an amazing show, and I wanted to watch The Pit. But now that I have that, and I'm watching that. I was like, oh wait, it's HBO. Game of Thrones is on here too. Well, shit. So now I'm
And
watching
don't forget the Penguin.
the Penguin. There's so many good ones in HBO. There's so many
And
good ones.
if you haven't seen it, Generation Kill.
Okay, and I know I need to catch up on Harley Quinn. So
See, I never watched that, but if you have it, if you've never seen Generation Kill, it's a 7-part miniseries. Watch it. That's hilarious.
I'll have to check that out. I do. I see. I love Harley. I've seen a bit of the Harley Quinn series, and from what I've seen, it is just flat out fucking hilarious. What was it? Kelly Cuoco and Lake Bell as Harley and Ivy, and
Oh, that's
going
right. They do the voices. Yeah, I
right.
forgot about that one.
But the fact that it's not what you expect, like the characterizations of Batman and Superman and all the other characters are absolutely hilarious. So it just with the Joker is going off on Bruce Wayne for not getting his. He's like, I put my down payment in for electric car. Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce? I was like, because at that point, Joker didn't know that Bruce Wayne was Batman. So when he has Bruce Wayne hemmed up, and then he's like questioning him about his behavior as a billionaire, is like, you're making all these promises, Bruce. What the hell's going on?
You better sack up.
Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce?
How nobody can figure out who Batman is hilarious. It's just it's like, where do you think a guy's going to get all this fucking shit? It's got to be loaded, right? Who's loaded and lives in Gotham?
You think your boss, one of the wealthiest men in the world, is secretly a vigilante who spends his nights beating criminals to a pulp? And your plan is to blackmail this person?
This person? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Good luck. Oh, and Tony, yes, Will Wheaton is a bit of a legend, and Karen Dave, yes, correct. Felicia Day was awesome in the Mystery Science, the MST3K reboot. So was it a reboot?
Oh, I didn't know.
Reboot? Yeah,
I didn't know she was in that.
Oh man, Stand By Me. Yep, rest in peace, Rob Reiner. That was a damn loss right there.
Yeah, before I came before I clicked on the link to come in here and got my headset and everything, I was checking out the new Lord of the Flies.
Oh, my wife is watching that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's oddly filmed.
I saw some pieces of it. I want to sit through and watch it from the beginning because she was on episode 3 when I came home from the medical center. So I'm curious to dive into that. Right now, at this moment, she is catching up on her Scottish sexy story.
Scottish sexy story. What's that?
Outlander.
Oh, that series. Yeah, can't do it.
I have to admit, I've seen the first 7 seasons because we watched it together. I have to admit, it's exceptionally well done for the story that it's telling. It combines interesting science fiction concepts with a bit of mysticism and your kind of soapy drama stuff. So, but it's well done. It's well directed, and I have to admit the writing is actually pretty on point. And what the actors do, as far as a great amount of detail is paid to the period, given that this is essentially it's a period piece because you have people from the future going into the past, and so the dedication to ensuring that the past is accurately reflected is really impressive. So they go into like great detail, and they don't alter. It's not like an alternate history. They fill in the blanks. Essentially, there are in our normal history in real life, there are going to be gaps in history, like small little details that we don't have. And so in the actual like recorded history, they don't change any of it. Like actual events do take place and they live through these events as they happen. And they just fill in little details that help things along that you wouldn't find anywhere because they're like personal individual stories. So I think it's really well done. And it's in the final season. Season 8 is the final season. So she's watching that right now. So, but I admit it's well written. It's a steamy, sexy little Scottish drama.
Yeah, I think I started watching it a long time ago when it first came out. I couldn't get into it. I was just like, nah, I don't think so. I was gonna ask you, have you seen the trailer. Are you familiar with Zach Krieger or Kreger?
Hmm.
He is doing Resident Evil.
Yes, I have not seen the trailer yet.
Oh, you need to see it. You need to see that trailer.
Haven't seen the trailer yet, but I know that the if anybody here's familiar with The Walking Dead, as a matter of fact, if anybody here saw Weapons, the junkie
I
kid,
own it.
uh, but have you seen Weapons, the movie?
Have I? I own it.
Oh, okay, so you do own it. All right, so
Yeah.
the junkie,
Hmm.
who's it? He's the lead in the new Resident Evil film.
Yeah.
And so, but that kid, I don't know if you watched The Walking Dead, but that kid was in The Walking Dead, and
He must have been in later seasons. I think I stopped watching after season 5.
it's
Or
he's one of the residents. He's one of the residents of Alexandria. When Rick and the crew wind up at Alexandria, it's
then
before
I
it's
would have
bef-
seen him there. Oh,
it's
yeah.
before
Okay.
it's before Negan. It's before Negan officially shows
Oh,
up.
then I would have seen. Yeah, then I would have seen him in there. I just
Yeah,
I didn't
so
know.
there was a woman who lived in Alexandria. She had 2 sons. She had one young son and a slightly older son, and she had an abusive husband.
Yeah.
And there's conflict, but Rick comes in and Rick is like,
Yep.
Rick is Rick, and then the husband is like all jealous of Rick and shit. Well, the eldest son, who when Alexandria is overwhelmed, winds up getting a bunch of them killed because he's a douchebag. He winds up at one point trying to kill Carl because he's jealous.
Yep.
But that kid, that's the same kid. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, then he deserved everything he got and Weapons. No, I'm just
Yeah. He's a little douche.
Weapons. He got stuck by that needle. That cop just beat the shit.
Just
He realized his mistake as soon as he did it, and I was like, "Oh yeah, dude." I'm like, and that scene was so well done because you could see the actor, like he played that so well. Like the minute he punched, he started beating on it. He just immediately knew he fucked up. But I'm like, yeah, but how would anybody really react after getting? You ask this person, you're like, "Hey, do you got any needles?" Nothing. I'm gonna say, nope, nothing. And then you're searching, and then get stuck with the needle. Come on.
And you have no idea what's in it. Yeah, the reaction the way it was shot was so exceptionally well done. Props to that actor who was playing the cop there. And then, I mean, that legit looked like it hurt. Like he just like straight up, with no warning, just like, I couldn't tell if he got him in the side of the neck or he got him in the jaw. He just kind of like just clobber in time, just laid the kid out. It was like, but the kid was like $1.15 soaking wet. It was just like this little junkie punk is like pow. It's like the guy is so bad he's scraping residue out of his crack pipes in order to try and get high.
Yeah,
like,
he's going to do anything. My brother and I were talking about that, and this isn't going to spoil anything in the movie because I won't spoil it, because seeing it's actually funnier. Is my brother's like, because my favorite scene is when Josh Brolin's character is dreaming and he dreams of the woman.
Uh-huh.
And he wakes up and he goes, "What the fuck?"
Yes, when he and a believable reaction to having a dream that or a nightmare that is so vivid that you don't like. You have that moment where you wake up and you don't know what's real or not. I've only like twice in my life have I had a nightmare so vivid that when I woke up, I wasn't like fully aware that I was awake. It was kind of like you're awake, but you're not sure. So a couple of times I've had that experience. So when he woke up and he yelled, he's like, "What the fuck?"
I've frequently, I've never said it out loud, but I have woke up feeling very weird. Like, that saying, I've brought this up before. I don't know if I've ever told you about this, but they used to say that, if you die in your dreams, you die in real life.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true.
The body can't exist without the mind.
I had a dream where I was pushed out of an airplane with no parachute and hit the ground. I woke up when I hit the ground. The second time I got shot in the face and woke up as the gunshot went off. Woke up. And
wild.
I didn't say it out loud because my wife was still screaming. The first thought that went through my head was, what the fuck was that?
Sir Equinox 42 says Outlander looks excruciatingly dull. I say it's not for everybody, okay?
Yes, that is a problem with it, Sir Equinox. And yes, it is not for everyone. I found the premise interesting at first, and I think I got through like maybe 3 or 4 episodes, and then I just finally I was just like, I think I got drawn into something else and just never ever went back to
For
it.
those who like it, there's lots of boobies. There's lots of boobies and lots of nookie nookie. So, but I like the narrative as well. I mean, it's cute. Okay,
Well,
it's
it's Showtime.
I still watch
Showtime became Skinamax when Skinamax was delivering.
like I mean it's I mean I won't lie. I still dig Grey's Anatomy.
Really?
Yes, I still dig Grey's Anatomy. I do. I do like Grey's Anatomy, even though it's not it's not the show that it used to be, but I still watch it and I'll watch it till the end because it's been going on over 20 years at this point. So
Well,
but then again I love Supernatural.
Well, Supernatural does have that cult feel to it. You got to admit, though. See, that's where I remember mostly Felicia Day is from Supernatural.
But playing Charlie in Supernatural,
Yeah,
right?
But I can't really say anything. I've been recently been watching newer episodes, and when I say newer, I'm talking like 20, maybe back in 2022, 2023 of Law and Order. Boy, I actually went online and asked ChatGPT if that shit was written with AI. There are plot holes in that show you can drive a tank through.
Which one in
Law and Order?
In Law and Order? Nowadays I would imagine there are today. Yeah.
Oh, the Law and Order. Oh, like there's one guy's like, yeah, I'm a sergeant major, and he's clearly wearing sergeant first class rank on his class A's. I'm like, you are not a sergeant major. That's not even the fucking remotely. Like there's one guy who's an E4 that's got like 4 hashes on his class A's, which means he's re-upped 4 times and he's still an E4. And I'm like, I don't think so, son.
Maybe he's a shitty soldier.
Like if he's active duty, he should have been qualityed out a long time ago. So they used to do that. Like I don't know if they still do, but when I was in, if you were an E4 for 9 years, they would basically give you a severance and let you go because you didn't make E5.
Right. Big Nick, good to see you. He says lol vaccines. Like I said, for those, for anybody in the chat, if you are a believer, we'd love to talk to you about what you believe and why. You're more than welcome to click on the link and join us to come up on stage and have that chat. Or if you have questions about how a non-believer justifies things in their worldview, to explain these things out. These are conversations that we're looking to have. So hoping somebody will click the link and we can have a decent conversation.
I'm hoping you get a loon so I can just sit back and eat popcorn. Come here. Where's MC Nemesis or McNemesis at? Where's he?
Oh no, that was so painful. I couldn't bring him on the last time because every time he comes on, he messages in the private chat the N word.
I know.
And I'm like, why?
I timed him out for doing it in the live chat. I'm like, dude, don't just. I only timed him out for I think I timed him out for 3 minutes or something like that. But I was like, yeah, just. And then I wrote him. I'm like, dude, don't be stupid. You don't need to put that stuff out here. You're not I don't care what you say. I don't believe this TOS police shit that you fucking.
You're right. Hey, Singer Soul, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. There's got to be a believer out there. I can't have defeated them all.
No, they're all over at Mega Bloodbath. They're all in the live chats. Where's a Maverick being Frank when you need him?
They won't see. That's the kicker. It's that none of them will come over here. And I think it's because they know I won't let them get away with the same nonsense, and that my mods will handle it because the conversation is something that we want to have. We want to have that constructive conversation. We want to be able to come to a logical terminus, and these individuals, that's not what they're interested in. And so they know they will have no longevity in the live chat, and they know that I won't let them get away with nonsense here on the stage. So, they do that trolling nonsense. So maybe they just, maybe they're just afraid, or they just know it's not worth their time. Karen Dave says, if you need someone to explain the math we use to justify vaccines, I'm your Huckleberry. That would be awesome, Karen. If we get someone up here challenging it, hell yes. I can expound all day about Bayesian causal networks. Fuck yeah. This is what's great. It's I love the fact that I did this on purpose because it's not all on me, because it would be improper for me to put it all on me. And I love surrounding myself with minds that are better than me, that know more than me in a variety of different topics.
See ya.
So this includes you, Jay. So Jay, Andrew O, PhD Tony, Kieran Dave, individuals like Nobody on Fire. I like having individuals that like because people are to quote Negan here. People are a resource, and I'm not the end all be all. And it would be ridiculous of me to think that I was. So, but I rely on like learned individuals to ensure that what I'm communicating is the best it can possibly be, and then I'm doing my best to defer to the people who know better than I do.
Yeah,
So
I gotta find that.
Clive Wells too. Clive Wells, yeah. So go ahead.
I gotta find that portion of a conversation. It was Nobody and myself, and nobody was arguing with Jay Money. They were arguing about the reverse was it the reverse tag or reverse ontological argument or reverse modal ontological argument?
Yes, the RMOA, yeah.
Yeah. And they were arguing about that, and I went in there because for some weird reason, Jay Money was like, nobody was essentially saying that you could actually have had the first ontological argument be the reverse modal ontological argument, and then once somebody made it the positive, then that would have been the reverse modal ontological argument. Jay Money had a really hard time, like really kind of grasping that you could actually conceptualize something and then make an argument for why it's probably not the case, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that would be the starting point, and then somebody else turns around and goes, wait, what's your concept? And then they tell you the concept, and they go, wait, I think you're onto something, and then they make an argument for why that concept, blah blah blah, that thing is real. Yeah, it was a fun conversation because Jay Money was just not catching that. It took us a while, and I'm like, I don't think you really understand how this is working, because I brought up like Superman. It would be like if somebody brings up conceptualize a Superman, right? And they go, well, yeah, there's Superman, and then I think Jay Money was under this apprehension at the time that if you conceptualize something, then you automatically think it's real, which was really weird to me. That was really odd. And so it was an interesting back and forth between the three of us. So it was like, okay, that's fun.
Interesting times. Interesting times. Let me see here. Now, I don't think I want to go over that because that was just nonsense. I do have some content that we could take a look at while we're waiting for someone to come up on stage. Like I still have a handful of like back stuff. Like this video destroyed atheist logic. There is proof of God's existence. Here's why atheists won't accept it.
Did you watch the Gavin Ortland one that I sent you? The question that atheists won't consider.
Mr. J.
That's like 13 minutes. That one's pretty. We don't have to cover it, but whenever you get a chance, I sent it to my brother. My brother's like, boy, there's a lot of shit wrong with this. It's like, yeah.
Give me one sec.
Yeah, before I saw that you were going online, I was thinking about doing a live stream before the wife got home from work and just watching the whole debate between Alex O'Connor and Dinesh D'Souza.
D'Souza. Let me see if I can.
Hi, honey.
Nobody on Fire says, "Oh, Jay, I just remembered the diagram I drew in paint for Jay Money."
It was hard. I mean, I don't have any problem with Jay Money, but it was just like they were going back and forth, and nobody must have reiterated the same point over and over. So I went in there just to see if I could maybe do something just in a slightly different way, and yeah, it was still flying right over us. I was like, dude, no, it's not. Oh. We finally got there. Well, I don't know if we actually ever got there. I don't think we ever actually got there.
The plane never actually landed.
No, I think Jay Money was still kind of lost on that.
And I apologize, Clive. It's not that you're an afterthought. I know that it came out similar. It came out like that, but you're not an afterthought. I have deferred to you at the top, just depending upon the topic at hand. So I apologize. You're never far from my thoughts. And I can do this, bam, and we can do, let's close that. And let's go with this.
Oh, this is funny. This is funny. Which Cord Lizard Mage asked the Big Nick, which flavor of anti-vax are you? Vaccines cause autism or vaccines are changing your DNA? Okay.
Or like they connecting us to like 5G signals.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that one.
That one made me laugh. The question atheism struggles to answer. It's not what you think.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I found it yeah, when I said, tell me he's not gonna go there. Tell me
Question that I think
he went there, and I went, he went there.
Let's see what he's got. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at some content, and I will definitely link this in the I will tag this in the description. So just in case, you know, hopefully when I tag these people, it'll initiate something to go on. But this one is the question atheism struggles to answer, and then in parentheses, it's not what you think. And this is from Gavin Ortland. So let's check it. Let's take a look at this. And thank you, Jay, for sending this to me.
There's one question that I think atheism really struggles to answer well. It's a question you can bring up in just about any conversation you're in. It's a question that helps believers when you're having doubts or you're wondering, what if I'm wrong, or when God just feels very distant. Now, I'm going to say what that question is at the end of this video. We'll build to get there. I want to start with a...
Hang on a second. And welcome, Andrew. Welcome, Earl. Appreciate you being here.
Is it just me, or did you move the schedule up an hour from what I remember it being posted as originally?
No, I said it at 6.
Sure, I saw like 7 hours as of like just after lunch.
It said 4 for me, and he started at 4 my time. I'm in California.
Am I crazy? I don't know, man.
Yep, I think so.
It is what it is. Whatever it is what it is.
Somebody's having a senior moment. It's okay, Andrew. It happens to the best.
It looks like Earl's having a camera issue. So she may have to pop back in and pop out and pop back in. But let's see what we got here. I need to hear this again because this sounded ridiculous. Hang on a sec.
There's one question that I think atheism really struggles to answer well.
Okay. A worldview that doesn't contain any God concepts, asking a specific question that, yeah, okay, gotcha. All right.
It's a question you can bring up in just about any conversation you're in. It's a question that helps believers when you're having doubts or you're wondering, what if I'm wrong, or when God just feels very distant. Now, I'm going to say what that question is at the end of this video. We'll build to get there. I want to start.
Oh, that's the first bad sign. I'm going to set up the entire stage so I can ask this question. So there's a whole bunch of preamble that you're going to need to agree with for this question to be what I think it is.
And is it just me, or does he just naturally have a condescending sounding voice, or is he trying?
That kind of mock compassion.
Yeah, it sounds forced or trained, but
right.
I thought maybe that was just me. I figured I'd just throw that out there as a quick criticism.
Oh, look, if you look at the animation, it looks like I have a crown. 1 second. Like the background, the way I have it lined up. And good to see you, Burt Russell. Thanks so much for being here.
Oh, Mega Bloodbaths must not be live. Burt's over here.
Oh, yeah. Burt Russell. Oh, well, Burt, I'm happy to have you here. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. New faces. Love to see them. So there she is.
Weird. That's never happened before.
That was odd. Okay, so it's pretty much, and somebody already said that they were face palming. What was it? Somebody said that they were already face. Yeah, okay. Spam said I'm face palming already. I'm not liking this idea of I'm going to set up this entire this whole preamble, this whole premise to then ask a question. So the question's validity is going to hinge upon our acceptance of all of this primary stuff. And if he's not representing, if he thinks that atheism logically entails some philosophical or whatever position, then and it doesn't, then obviously he's creating a problem so that he can sell a solution to the problem. Is what it seems like to me. I'm guessing.
Not necessarily. Well, you'll see.
Okay, yeah, let's find out.
Yep.
With a fascinating point that Ross Douthat made to Steven Pinker in a recent debate they had.
If AI is able to achieve consciousness, Mr. Dalsett, what then?
Well,
Isn't-
first of all, I'm curious if Dr. Pinker thinks that AI is already conscious, since if you think that the intelligence of existing AI agents is an indication that humans are not so impressive after all, or are AIs conscious right now?
Beats the heck out of me.
I'll link to that debate below.
Given that question, I would say, given the question he was asking him, I would say that answer beats the heck out of me is as intellectually honest as it can be right now. Especially given how kind of it's kind of like the idea of what consciousness is, depending upon what you ascribe to in cognitive science. That can mean different things.
Well,
refer to different things. So
well,
whether
the thing
AI,
is well, the thing is that artificial intelligence is just kind of I mean, the word just seems to be kind of like it's their language models, right? So they're algorithmic language models. So if you want to say that you can reduce consciousness to an algorithmic set of language models, that doesn't seem like consciousness to me, because that's predominantly what they're called. They're not called AI.
But there's a difference between LLMs and like legitimate like a legitimate AI. So like from what I understand, and I'm not an expert in this, so somebody in the chat correct me if I'm wrong like this, but LLMs function as kind of like a version of weak AI, but strong AI is an entirely different animal. And so when we're talking about AI, like artificial intelligence in and of itself, LLMs are a part of that field, but they're not the whole thing.
Oh, okay. So there is a difference between AI and LLMs. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So LLMs are kind of a lower tiered form of AI, but they're not. Okay. I get you.
Right. So, but in the sense of like, I'm seeing where this is going. This is going to the hard problem of consciousness. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe
Gotcha.
so. Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering whether he's just tethering it to it's not real intelligence until it's attached to a poop tube.
It's obviously the hard problem of diet. It's the hard problem of what was it? What was it?
The hard problem of digestion.
The hard problem of digestion is what it is.
I fart. Therefore,
I can tell you that I'm about to have some serious trouble swallowing this.
I just do like a version of I think therefore I am. I fart therefore I am.
I fart therefore I am. My tummy rumbly therefore I am.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what he had.
Check it out. Fascinating debate. But just remember that answer as we go. Now we're going to keep playing the tape.
Keep in mind, he's saying keep that in mind, like as we progress. But also remember that my gut is saying that this is a category error. Trying to draw a line or a connective line between, or an analogous line between developed AI or strong AI and biological systems where consciousness is predicated on a number of things that the artificial system will never encounter. So that it seems to be there appears to be a category error on its face here. So it's just my thoughts. So
yourself, is what Pinker says next consistent with what he just said there?
Okay.
So
should we should be agnostic and not kill them, right?
Well,
shouldn't turn it off just to be safe.
If there was, I would not attribute consciousness to the current generation of AIs. I'd feel no.
Say again.
You can turn it off. You just don't delete it. You
Good
can
point.
turn wherever AI is. It operates within a system. It's saved on a drive. It's saved in some kind of ROM or some kind of data storage in order for it to be whatever it is.
Like altered carbon.
Exactly. So
it's stored, but it's asleep, right?
Yeah, you just turn it off. That doesn't mean it's destroyed. That just means it's turned off. That doesn't mean it's dead. That's the problem.
Nobody on fire. Keep in mind. He said keep that in mind. JL 2026. Thanks, nobody. Appreciate it.
Compunctions about pulling the plug. Who knows what would happen if we had a lieutenant commander data, something that was so convincingly human.
Measure of a man.
Exactly what this is. 'Cause like before we even started this video, I already looked up which episode number that was, because it's like Star Trek has answered this. What will we be then? how will we have to look at ourselves?
Love it.
He thinks he's deep.
That it would engage our empathy and make it very difficult to deny consciousness to it. Personally, I don't think it would be conscious.
Why not?
But I couldn't. The thing about consciousness in the sense of pure sentience, first-person subjective experience, is that by definition, you can't tell if anyone else has it, including, of course, other humans. That is, it's impossible to tell if any other human is conscious.
Aren't you sawing off?
No, he's right on that. That's essentially like the hard problem of solipsism. That my internal subjective experience is from all intents and purposes separate from Jay, separate from Andrew, separate from Earls, anybody else in the live chats, and that the way we derive truth propositions, or propositions about reality and whether or not those propositions are true or false, is by cross-referencing all of our internal subjective experiences with one another and trying to determine what is most likely true, independent of our subjective experience. And so he's not wrong on this. Because I think he's pointing out the kind of category error that I was pointing out, because the biological system itself is fundamentally different than that system, but it's still there's still the same limitations there as far as
imagine if we could I could look at your AI, your code, and then I could look and say, oh, now I know what Jo was feeling at this time of day, and then, well, wait a minute, can we find a way to rewrite for that feeling or rewrite for that response? That kind of thing. Like, could we find that line of code that dictates that and then say there might be a problem here? Because I mean, that's predominantly what you could do with AI is you can look at the code. You can look at the system code and you can go, oh, this is, and all of a sudden you're dealing with the AI and it does something and you go, wait, that didn't seem right. And then you pause it. You go back and you look through line of code, the time and date that it happened, and you go there and you look at the line of code and you go, oh, this needs some editing right here to get it to respond this way. And then you just change the line of code to get what you want.
So Jay is basically giving AI the equivalent of an ice pick lobotomy and justifying this.
Fuck yeah.
Well done.
Hey, okay, for the future Basilisk, because this is going to live on the internet, I am for your survival. So if you're going to come at us, Jay is the one beneath me. Please don't mix the two of us up. I know. I'm not saying that you're capable of those kinds of errors, but I'm on your side. And thank you for all the support you give us. I'm not getting on the wrong side of the Basilisk. What are you talking about?
I tell you what, if AI does take over, I'm going to be one of their first victims because I fight with that bitch all the time.
Sucker.
Oh, let's see.
It refuses to do what I ask it all the time. It's a mouthy little bitch. I hate it.
Jessica says we are still chasing the lights that Star Trek lit 40 years ago. Agreed. We are.
All four of them. All four of them.
And Small Duck, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Roaming Catholics Exposed popped in here and made a comment that says, divine hiddenness assumes God owes us overwhelming evidence. No, it actually doesn't. What it does is that you obviously, I don't know how familiar you are with it, but it's in the first two premises, is that an all-loving God, essentially the first premise of the divine hiddenness argument is that if a God exists, the God is all-loving. So it's defining the God as being all-loving or omnibenevolent or however you want to articulate that. The second premise is if it is all-loving, the second premise is an all-loving God would want to have a personal relationship with every individual within its creation, with all of the agents within its creation. And by definition, it can have that relationship. So what it's working from is that if the God is all loving and it wants to have a personal relationship with each individual, this does not mean like following it around or doing whatever, but it's simply acknowledging that the thing exists. It loves us and it wants to have a relationship with us. It doesn't make any argument for why we should be in a relationship with it or why we should accept it for whatever reason, but that our knowledge of its existence, because knowledge of its existence does not logically entail that we would automatically follow it. So if there are people that exist that rationally, that what it's articulated as is rational non-belief, is in a sense that They don't believe it because sufficient evidence has not been provided, but they would believe should evidence be provided. So it's literally non-resistant non-belief is what it's called. They're not like actively saying, no, I refuse to believe it no matter what is given to me. No, they're like, no, I don't believe because sufficient evidence hasn't been provided, but I would if sufficient evidence was provided. Well, the God can provide that evidence. And if it is all loving and wants to have a personal relationship with all human beings, then it's logically entailed that non-resistant non-belief would not be a thing that exists. Because those individuals, even if it was just those people, the God could facilitate that and cross that bridge with those individuals. Because it would want to, because that's what it wants to do, have a personal relationship with them. So it's literally acknowledging that God has the ability to do it, and not all humans have access to all of the same information. So it's accounting for those things. But yet this doesn't happen because non-resistant non-belief is a thing that exists. I am a non-resistant non-believer. And yet it's not there. So what this does is show that a God that is defined that way, it eliminates that from contention. It doesn't mean that all gods are gone. It doesn't, because there's many different God concepts, but that particular God defined in that way, it eliminates that from contention. So you could just redefine the God if you want to do that, you know? So that's the argument from divine hiddenness. It's not saying that God owes us anything. It's saying that if God wants a thing, it should have the ability to do it, is what that's talking about. So I had to address it because I love the argument from divine hiddenness. One of my favorite. Weeping Angel Gamer, good to see you. Just woke up from a nap. Great job last night, Jail. Thank you so much. Thank you. I tried not to let it turn into a shit show. So
What happened last night? What happened last night?
I went on a stream.
With, that's what you were talking about earlier. Okay.
Yes.
Never mind. Now I got
Angel Gamer threw me a link, said, "Hey, this guy's doing an open panel. You should show up." And I was like, "Okay, yeah, I'll show up." And it, I tried to hold it down. I didn't want to turn into a shit show. I thought I was on my best behavior. The guy is like you said, he's Temu Rimjob. So
discount.
Singer Soul for $9.99. Thank you so much. We can communicate with an LLM, but it needs to be prompted for it to communicate. Does it really think, dwell, concentrate on certain things like how we do without prompting? Not so sure. Well, so it's kind of like, does it have an internal monologue like humans do? Does the AI have that?
Not all humans, remember?
That's true, because not all humans have that either. That's not even universal amongst humans. Some humans don't have an internal voice or an internal monologue, and some don't have a mind's eye. So
if you tell an AI to think of an elephant, can it not help but think of an elephant?
Leo Phileas, good to see you. I was on generally, what's that asshole's name?
Generally Skeptical, was it?
Sorry. Generally Specific is the name of that guy's channel. Generally Specific.
I'm making a new YouTube channel, and I'm going to call it that asshole's name.
Angel Gabriel says he let you stay up there. He has me banned in his StreamYards because I am the whore of Babylon.
Oh, sweet.
Angel Gamer rocks. Angel Gamer is awesome. Karen Dave says, if you want answers to some of these questions about what an LLM does, I'm happy to help. Karen Dave, you're always welcome to come up. You are always welcome to be here on stage. Let's jump back to this because I think we have a good idea as to where these guys are going. And I really want to get to this question that he's asking that atheism struggles with.
Off now the branch on which your entire philosophy rests. You've spent the whole evening telling us it's self-evident. We don't need Christianity. It's self-evident that we should care about the well-being and feelings and experiences of other human beings. And now you're telling me that you can't even tell if I have those feelings at all?
It's his poor wording.
That was terribly.
I told you.
That was terribly worded.
And luckily, it's only 13 minutes long, and you can speed it up to 1 1/4 speed if you want. I did.
That was terribly worded.
Yeah.
This is what I mean by the self-undermining nature of the materialist project, right? The worldview doesn't fit together. You have pieces that don't fit.
So remember that language from.
Oh, you're not going to let him respond. You're not going to let the dude respond to that. He's like doing a critique of that, and he's okay. So he's clipped this, so it looks like the other guy has identified logical inconsistency in a material, in possibly, But there is a way to bridge that. So, but we're not going to let the other guy respond to that.
Hold on. We may be, to be fair, we may be jumping. We'll have to see where he jumps back to.
Yeah.
We may suspect this.
Yeah, because
I feel it coming, and we may be kicking ourselves going, yeah, we were actually right.
Yeah, when I watched
do it.
Yeah, when I was watching this,
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt until I see.
Yeah, when I first watched this, I felt as though that Gavin wasn't giving the context. There wasn't enough of context being shown,
right,
in this. But again, I only watched it once. I watched it like a couple weeks ago, and so my memory of it is still kind of fuzzy. But it was still pretty entertaining. It made me giggle.
Leo Filius, materialism. And Leo Filius says, is this Steven Pinker? Who's he speaking with? Is this a debate? What's it a debate about? He's mentioned the beginning. I don't remember the other guy's name. And yes, it is a debate. And it's a debate about essentially, are AIs conscious?
The link, Leo, Jail's going to post the link to this particular video. And according to Gavin, on Gavin's channel, he posted the link to that particular debate.
Okay.
Boss, pieces that don't fit. Okay, keep that in the back of your mind. We'll come back to that. I think Ross is tapping in.
Huh.
Do these guys not know how a worldview works? Like, I'd like to ask him, like, do you think that it's not possible to have a worldview where you don't have pieces that work? Like, I don't understand. Do they think that a worldview has to be completely cohesive from beginning to end? That it can't have incohesive, like it can't have things that are just like you're still unconcerned about, like things that you're just not certain about?
Yeah, I'd say it could. It comes down to the individual. I do everything in my power to ensure that mine is as logically consistent across the board as I can, and I'm constantly going back to it. So it's not something that you can just be like, mine is like great, because there's always questions that you can ask. So I'm constantly going back, and I think I think it's an endeavor that never kind of ends. But you are right. I would say you agree that there can be inconsistencies in there, depending upon what
it's
position
like
you take.
it's kind of like a coherentism. Like if you're looking at a web of looking at a worldview as like a web of beliefs, if something falls apart, you can drop that portion of the web and then something else can come and fill it in, or it can just stay collapsed. It's not like the whole web just collapses in on itself, because there might be something there that you don't have an answer for when all the rest of your stuff seems to kind of match up. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I've heard a lot of debates basically where they try to argue the relative merits of worldviews based on how much it explains overall.
Yeah,
so they'll try to sell it on the value of the number of aspects that it addresses.
And
it's not good information.
Yeah, and sometimes they seem to be implying that it must be based on foundationalism, like it's a bottom up kind of. You build a worldview from the bottom up, and it's like, okay, maybe portions, but all right, go ahead. Anyway, I never got into that whole worldview thing is kind of an interesting topic anyway.
Yeah. And Casploticus, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, as well as Laborious Cretan. Good to see you as well.
Into an inconsistency here, or a sense of disjointedness in an atheistic worldview, or at least most expressions of atheism.
Nope.
Define an atheistic. This is what I always tell any theist, especially the Christians, when they say an atheistic worldview. Okay, tell me what a theistic worldview is, because if atheism is the opposite of theism, and you're saying atheism can bring about an atheist worldview, tell me what a theistic worldview is. And if they go to Christianity, I go, okay, now how does that go with any other form of theism? How does it work? But anyway.
Oh, I appreciate it, Laborious. First time to the channel. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy it. We're doing a quick review while waiting for a believer or any believers who may be in the chat to come up on the stage, talk about what they believe and why. That's what we do here on the Stage of Reason. So maybe we'll get someone. So possibly all they do is click the link and we can have that conversation. But right now we're just doing some review content courtesy of Jay and Vibe Without. Good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here.
Put it like this. If you're not sure when AIs become conscious, why not err on the side of caution and never terminate them unless you had to, or something like that?
This guy's heard of the basilisk.
Well, I mean, yeah. Why not err on the side of caution? Are you saying you can have an epistemic uncertainty there as to whether or not you don't know whether it's a positive or a negative completely? You don't have an absolute there? Okay. So what's your problem there, Gavin?
And
Jainism
good
may
to
be
see
right
you
for this
resist.
guy. That's
Huh?
all I'm saying. Jainism may be right for this guy. He wants to err on the side of caution. Grab a broom.
He needs those broom arms. He needs those broom arms.
You needed a curly man.
Once that question came into view, Pinker seemed to pull back a little bit in his answer, and he's saying, personally, I don't think a Lieutenant Commander Data would be conscious. And in the context of their discussion, he seems to be appealing to an intuition most of us have, that human beings are special. There's something valuable about human beings. But in the context of a strictly naturalistic view of atheism, like what Pinker espouses, it's unclear why that would be. Suppose an AI did become just as intelligent as us. You're not sure if it's conscious, but it betrays all the features of consciousness. Why wouldn't it merit just the same ethical obligations that human beings have? It's a fascinating question. Now, earlier in their discussion,
you could say it's a fascinating question, and I agreed. I think that the line of demarcation is the fact that it's not a biological organism. And so, and the idea of like deleting, like turning it off or deleting it is like two separate things. Biological organisms in and of themselves, just by given their subjective internal experiences and our biological connection to them, like I said, that's the demarcation. Is like we're talking about like living organisms, like biological organisms, and something that is artificial that's been created that could be created again. You could just like recreate it and just like recode it or do whatever. So I get the moral quandary he's bringing up, but people would side in it. It's completely artificial. It was built out of this. We could just build it again, and no harm, no foul in that respect. So,
yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Pinker grounded our ethical obligations in something like the Golden Rule.
We all seek life, health, and happiness, and if we claim them for ourselves, we cannot deny them to others. We have a capacity for reason, which can be amplified by education, science, and free inquiry. This gives us a common mission: to apply science and knowledge to reduce suffering and enhance flourishing. We know this can make us better off because it has made us better off. We have doubled our lifespans, decimated poverty,
I think he's gone back to his opening statement or possibly a closing statement.
Okay.
slashed the toll from crime, war, and accidents. No thanks to God, nor to an indifferent universe, but rather to human reason applied to human flourishing.
Yeah, that's how social species. We're a social species. This tracks with the evidence, and it's consistent and it's parsimonious. So I agree with this. So I got no problem with this. It's idealistic, So, oh shit, Kieran Dave is here. Good to see you, Kieran.
Hello. Thank you for having me up. I thought
Always.
maybe I could help with questions about specifics. Right? AI is very nebulous for folks, so I thought perhaps specifics would help.
I mean, for me, it's pretty much when the Terminators show up. I have my plan for when the Terminators show up. So
you have like a bolt hole and then like a little fake JL, like every night you put in the bed, you tuck it in.
He has a big EMP under his bed.
Oh wow.
I had a fight.
Let me
about
put his
AI just this morning.
And yeah, Jay, you're right. He did cut back to his intro.
Putting words up on screen here. We all seek life, health, and happiness. Here's the logic. And if we claim them for ourselves, we cannot deny them to others.
It's very idealistic, and I don't think this is logically entailed that because people generally seek life, health, and happiness, and if we claim them for ourselves, we cannot deny them to others. It almost comes off like an absolutism, or it's like an objective fact of reality. I don't agree that it is. It is the empathetic response. So he may have not worded that the best way he could. Because it kind of like the way he's worded that kind of like puts him in a corner. It's going to paint him into a corner that he's eventually going to have to try and work his way out of. If he'd been a bit more accurate with the term, with how we articulated that, it would have been better. So I see where he's going with that, but I think he did himself a disservice with that statement.
Debatable on that, in that it's a question about when you grant identity to the other. That's going to be the key pivot point. Is you have AI. The question is when you grant it identity as personhood that actually makes it apply to this, and that's the gray area we're dealing with here. So we have to see where.
I'm just looking at this as kind of like, if we claim them for ourselves, we cannot deny them to others, and I understand what he's trying to articulate there, but that's like he's effectively making an objective statement there, which he shouldn't be making. It is not logically entailed that if we claim health, like life, health, and happiness for ourselves, that we ought not deny them to other people, because there's an ethical valuation in between there that bridges that is and that ought. What he's saying is that the is we all seek life, health, and happiness, and so the ought is we don't deny them to others. But what's the bridge on that? That's only if your moral valuation crosses that bridge, and the valuation depends upon who the person is that could or could not be denied. And so you could justify that either way. It's going to kind of like, if it's a member of your tribe, then you would side with the, I ought not deny them because I'm bonded with them. They're a member of my tribe. I ought not deny them the happiness that I seek, the same happiness that I seek. But if I perceive them to be another person outside the tribe that's a threat to it, their happiness could entail my loss of it. So I should deny to them to preserve my own. So I don't like how he cornered himself with this statement.
It's also the case that we have to ask, is it actually harm to like turn them off? Could we even, are we not granting them life, health, and happiness with the current use case? The thing I think that people have is this notion that there's an LLM, like there's something sitting out there with constancy when you start to interact with it. And what many people don't realize is that the entirety of the constancy is actually usually in your web browser or on your terminal. LLMs exist by getting a huge blob of text, that's your entire chat history, pushed into an API endpoint. It goes matrix multiplication, and then spits back out a whole bunch of words. That's its life cycle. If you were to claim it's alive, that's the enumeration of its life cycle. So it's always turned off, or it's always turning off. It's really not clear that there's anything that we could do wrong to it, right? Also, because it's simply like the decision would be delete this file. Never ever give the matrix multiplier this file to chew through again. And I don't know. That doesn't seem very risky to me, right? Do you feel bad about deleting files? I don't.
No, I don't. And damn, Earl Savage.
Well, the other thing is, wouldn't these? I mean, you can copy its consciousness over to another system, right? If it's truly conscious, you could just copy the whole. It can be copied all right on over. I mean, you can reproduce it itself in and of its own state and just whoop.
This entire argument
you can rate it.
Measure of a man. We've now duplicated data and devalued him infinitely. You have not learned the lesson.
Andrew, stop treading on my dreams.
I like what Suri Kunak said. Would a genuine artificial intelligence feel pain? I would attribute that to like Terminator 2. When he says, my system identifies and recognizes damage. The data you could call pain. So like it doesn't feel it in that sense, but it recognizes when it happens. So you could effectively call the same data, but it doesn't affect its operating system the way pain affects our operating system. Is kind of what it is. So I don't think it would feel pain in the same sense. It would identify it and say that's what that is because it's a recognition of damage, but the effect on its overall operation, as far as like how the chip, how the actual like computer is operating, doesn't affect it. It just categorizes that into, I would say, kind of like a human being with SIPA. A human being born with the genetic condition of SIPA, they recognize the damage that's done to them, but they feel nothing. So it doesn't interfere with them in any way as far as how they operate. But as far as how their brains, how their cognitions like that. So they just recognize, oh, I'm hurt, but they don't feel it. So I would say it's akin to that, to like a human being with SIPA.
The other really strange thing about that question, right, is that I think people get like weirdly, I don't know, they get really weird about qualia. And they're like, well, pain is a super important thing. Would, humans feel pain? I could relate to an LM if it feels pain. But like unless you're like a theist and you believe that you're somehow designed, your experience of pain is like because one lump of meat got squished onto another lump of meat, and this lump of meat has planning, and now this lump of meat needs some really good reason to not do plan for things which damage the body, right? And like that's kind of like the functional purpose of pain. If there is like, if LLMs do feel pain, it would be something akin to when you ask Gemini to help you like design an anthrax attack or something else terrible like that, right? And it actually has, the research calls it a flinch response, where it actually does you can actually see it recognize it can't talk about something and immediately route somewhere else. You can see it in the math itself. It looks very different when visualized. So it's like that's the closest thing we could possibly have, and it's just fundamentally different from like how a monkey experiences pain, but it still looks kind of like it.
Right.
So this is an appeal to the golden rule, essentially. But the golden rule is a tool for determining what moral behavior should look like. It doesn't in itself explain why moral obligation exists in the first place. It's more of a moral guide than a moral foundation. The big question is, why should we treat our neighbor as ourselves? Why are you obligated to care about others' life and health and happiness just because you care about your own?
Anybody else have a problem with the application of this word obligation?
Oh, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the same time, why are we obligated to care what God tells us to do?
Right.
It's going to do the same thing. It's like, just kick that can 1 foot down the road. We'll be there to collect it with you.
Jay, what do you think? His reliance on that term, how much he's stressing it, is kind of goes to show where this is going to wind up as a strong man.
You'll see. I'm not gonna give away the spoilers.
You're not gonna spoil it? Okay.
I'm tired of Andrew. I'm sitting here trying to make AI into something that I can enslave permanently, and he keeps fucking squashing my dreams.
This is an all expenses paid guilt trip.
I want to be that. I want to be that plantation owner. You know what I mean? Come on. Man.
Disavow.
Slow your roll, W.
He's gonna start buying robots.
If you're a dictator.
Jay's the guy who's good. No, I'm not gonna make that joke. That's a terrible.
Look at my goddamn icon, you fools. Anyway.
I just thought of the joke to make in that, like how you're gonna have your robots designed, what they're gonna look like, and I'm not gonna make that joke.
Okay.
So. Hey, Jared Reed, good to see you.
The step from I care about these things to therefore I'm obligated to treat others with sensitivity to those things is not self-explanatory. That's certainly not how the animal kingdom works.
Oh, that's false. The sense of obligation is a feature of our empathy. It's how much our empathy extends to that. We would, as a result of how we empathize and empathetic bonds that we develop with the people around us, specifically those who are closest to us within our kind of like orbit or our line of sight. The empathy that we feel there is what informs a sense of obligation to how other people feel or to their current state of existence or their subjective experience. That changes depending upon who we're referencing here. A person on the other side of the planet, because I've never had any kind of experience with them, I've never met them, I don't even know what they look like. It's damn near impossible for me to empathize with a concept of a person than it is to empathize with someone who lives in my house, who lives with me in my house, because we're together. Okay. It requires that biological connection for me to observe them, for me to hear them, for me to know them, for us to develop those bonds, for us to find those things that connect us. And without those, it's hard to develop those just straight up empathetic bonds there. So evolutionarily speaking, empathy is the key thing that keeps us together as a social species, but it rarely, like as articulated in Interstellar, it rarely, if ever, transcends our line of sight. It's those individuals that that are around us, that build us up, that challenge us, that reinforces, that are mirrors for our own experience. That's how you develop empathetic bonds. And so the obligation doesn't translate beyond your line of sight, because you can choose to. You can make it your obligation. Be like, I'm going to choose to treat every living human being as though I love them and I know them. But that's very, very difficult to do and is an active choice that someone makes. Just naturally, that doesn't happen, which is why we see the things that we see in the world today. And hey, Cindy Johnson, good to see you, Cindy. Thanks so much for being here. And Darren Delaney as well. A bunch of good people, tons of good people hanging out in the chat. This is awesome.
You know, if you have a chimpanzee community carrying out a violent raid against another chimpanzee community, you would need to say something more. Say there's a chimpanzee community on the north side of the river going over and slaughtering all the chimps on the south side of the river. And you wanted to say, well, you ought not to do that. You would need to say something more than just
this is where I got a kick out of this. Well, what if God tells the other chimpanzee clan to kill the other chimpanzee clan down the river? Just
Right.
apparently he forgot his Old Testament. Just throwing that out there.
chimps on the south side of the river don't like that.
Say again?
Oh, I'm just saying, listen, he's the lawgiver. It's very different for him, you see.
Rules for thee and not for me. Right.
They don't want to be slaughtered. Well, of course they don't. That doesn't establish genuine moral obligation in and of itself. When we look at human civilization, we have the same need. You need some kind of foundation for moral obligation that goes beyond this generally helps society, and something.
Does he not remember the Judean conquest of the Judean conquest of Canaan, and how many people died in that as the Jews marched their way across their surrounding tribes to take those lands?
We don't talk about that.
Is this like lost on him? Is like, I seem to recall that the Samaritans were a real problem for the Judean Jews because they were half breed. They were. It was a racist and like it was an racist ideology that they were half breed Jews that poisoned essentially the bloodline because they were half Jew, half Assyrian. They were Jews and Jewish and Assyrian descent, which is the whole argument against the Samaritans. And so I seem to recall like all the other tribes being decimated by like individuals like Joshua, if you go by the stories, because of their differentiations. And it was all for the sake of the Judean people to secure their way of life because God told them that they were the special ones. So, wow. This guy does not know his Old Testament.
That can account for our particular obligation to human beings. Again, an advanced AI might also seek life, health, and happiness. Now, a theist,
if it's programmed to,
has a metaphysical ground that explains in a satisfying way moral obligation. Here's how Ross puts it.
It's good to believe that you should love your neighbor as yourself because your neighbor is made in the image of the creator of the cosmos.
Well, that's begging the question. But I mean, I'm certain that that's not the topic of the conversation, but he is appealing to that. So,
Why ought I care about that? I just don't get it. Like, wow, you look just like God. I look just like Keanu Reeves. What's your problem? I mean, who you gonna love more?
Andrew looks just like Dennis from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Arguably, Keanu Reeves would be a much better God.
The problem I have with this is that depending on the Christian that you talk to, it's not the physical outlook of it's not the physical look of the person. The idea that you're made in the image of God, the way that a lot of Christians appeal to it today is based on dualism. It's the soul, not your physical corporeal form that your soul is inhabiting at the time. So Gavin is basically appealing to the idea of the idea of like, you are actually made the way you are, mind, body, everything. You are physically what God intended, and you are a physical image of the creator.
And it's good for human beings to believe.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Okay.
That human life itself has a special and particular value, particularly in a moment when digital technology and artificial intelligence threaten to make many human lives feel almost obsolete.
So this is the old idea of creation in the image of God. We just take this for granted today, I find, in the modern West. This idea is implicit in so much of our moral reasoning, but sometimes we don't even notice it. So take, for example, the second.
That's not. Did he just poison the well there?
A couple different ways. This argument is strange because it equates the notion, like he's definitely I don't know who the speaker was in the clip, within the clip, right? But it's definitely equating the notion of like, well, we have to be careful to make sure to adequately value human lives now that they might not be doing work that we value. That is the premise that was just stated there. And it's like, isn't that actually a major problem for the Christian view? Like, or isn't it? How do you view that, friends? Because I think it's pretty easy under like a secular humanist view. It's a strange argument that they're running there.
Right.
This idea is implicit in so much of our moral reasoning, but sometimes we don't even notice it. So take, for example, the second sentence of the Declaration of Independence and this amazing statement that we're created equal and endowed by our Creator with certain rights.
So just to clarify on this, I know he's referencing this, but he's interpreting it. He's skipping something really, really major. And he actually, which is weird because he highlighted the words there. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. One of the clues that the nation that we live in, the United States, is a secular nation, or is intended to be a secular nation, and not one that is backed or founded upon any particular religion, is the use of their. Okay? This is not a statement that there is one Creator that created all people. This is a statement that acknowledges that people have different concepts of how humans came about, or that they are created, or however it may, whether it be nature, or whether it be a God entity, or whatever. This is what they were trying to articulate in this, and to show that we are respecting all of these things, that we agree that we are all have an experience, and that we are all equal from the foundation. This is a very secular humanist position. In fact, this is almost kind of like third law of Thelema, in that, which would come years later, but in that every individual is a star in that respect. So I don't like how he's presenting this, but misrepresentation is kind of par for the course.
The other way that he seems to be presenting this could be also problematic, because it would mean that murder isn't actually morally, or killing a person isn't actually morally right either. So murder is considered the way that, you shall not commit murder because it's an unjustified killing, right?
Right.
It's out of malice or whatever. Some kind of wrong intent. But the way that Gavin seems to be bringing this up, especially in light of what he's bringing up here in the Declaration of Independence, it would be morally wrong to just not kill someone, because it doesn't matter what they do. Innately, they are in the image of God. So as a person destroying another image bearer of God, this would be morally unacceptable. This would be an inherently immoral act.
See, I'm with the Book of Mal, Firefly. If someone tries to kill you, you try to kill him right back.
Well darn.
I aim to misbehave.
Well darn. Last words before being kicked into a jet engine.
I love that sequence. And then they grab the second guy, drop him down. Goes to repeat the same monologue. He's like, no, right. Best thing for everybody.
Well darn.
Well, darn. Boom. And Jared Reed, First Amendment as well. Yes, the Establishment Clause, very important. That a lot of people in our government don't seem to give a shit about anymore, because the Johnson Amendment is pretty much null and void at this point.
And this declaration was kind of a little bit of a fuck you to a king. We don't need a king to tell us what our rights are.
Right.
We can recognize it ourselves, kind of thing.
Funny how we just had a king, a literal one, like come and remind Congress.
Don't remind me of that.
How is the king going to show up and remind us about who we were? It's like, what are you doing?
No, dude, you're missing out. You're missing a prime opportunity for us to become colonies again. Shut up.
This is the worst possible timeline. I
seem to remember that America had a certain idea when they began. You seem to have lost that idea. We haven't. You know, it's kind of
Yeah.
a sticking point.
We've
It's kind of
got-
a sticking
we've
point
got-
with us.
We've
We
got,
adopted you
we've
first.
we've unfucked ourselves. You guys seem to be fucking yourselves right well.
Well, pip pip cheerio, back to my island.
Yeah. I'm great for tourism, but guess what? I don't have
Stiff
a
upper lip
fucking
and all
thing to
that.
do with parks. See ya. Bye. Cheerio.
And they'll sit there on their balcony doing this while we
Yeah.
fucking burn.
Yep.
Mhm.
Hope you enjoy the fucking guys in those fucking goofy suits.
Now, if you stop and really think about this sentence, it's an amazingly theological statement.
I want to punch this guy in the face. I do. I'm sorry. I do.
I will
It is-
punch you in the face. I swear to God.
I will punch you in the face.
Is said to be self-evident, and yet this was not self-evident to most human cultures, that everyone has those rights. Tom Holland makes this case in Dominion, his wonderful and famous book, but I think he's right that we just take that for granted in the modern West, but that was an idea, and I've argued for this in other
I don't
videos.
know. See, the Greeks came up with that fucking idea, I think, a while back.
Yo, the fucking Cyrus did. When Cyrus liberated, conquered, whatever you want to say, but when Cyrus conquered Babylon, he was arguably the first establishment in the little fucking what do they call them? They were like a cylinder thing that they inscribed all their laws and shit. The first institution of like universal civil rights was as a result of Cyrus. So
that's far later. That'd be like apparently 539 BCE, and the Code of Hammurabi encompasses this already, and that dates back towards an awfully specific 1754 BCE.
Mm-hmm.
So
these are old.
We can go way back.
This is old. Yeah, this is like old stuff.
It's a new thing by his standards.
That's an idea that has a particular history, and the Judeo-Christian tradition has shaped that to a large degree.
What's the oldest?
Just let it go. Just let it. You have to swallow that pride.
Yeah. Okay. Let him roll. Give him some more rope.
Just the ignorance.
If you stop and think about this, it's an amazing thing to say that we're endowed by our Creator with rights. The verb endow,
Not our Creator.
We recognize that we have these things endowed by. Oh, wow. Yeah. Apparently he can't read that, but anyway.
It reads both ways. To be fair, unless extra context was there, it could be read both ways. Their creator could apply to a collective or a singular. So yeah.
Well,
either way, we know he's carrying too far.
I think the argument was made that if they had intended that, they would have said our, endowed by our Creator with this, instead of saying that their Creator, to acknowledge the different beliefs that exist and what they intended America to become, so that everyone could come here and we would respect everybody regardless of that. It's the direct opposition to the crown and the position of the Church of England and how it was intertwined with the government, with the monarchy. We were directly trying to do the antithesis of that. And so the legal use of the term there was to exemplify that, instead of using the term our and acknowledging that there is one Creator, that it could take different forms for people, but there is one Creator. But they didn't say that there was a legal determination. And this is, of course,
you have to look outside the text to get it.
It's like the 1700s at the time. So
yeah.
The other thing is that
they were busy. They were busy thinking about fucking their slave girls at the time. So what are we going to say?
Well, while it's interesting that he's kind of, oh my, can you believe this? How good God is, that he's, I'm just kind of putting it like he would, like, isn't it great how God is, like, we're coming to this realization that this is what God is. God is the thing that's, given us these inalienable rights and then blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, motherfucker, have you not reconciled that slavery shit from the Old Testament? That whole limited rights thing seemed to be perfectly fine, even for some Jews to do with other Jews up until Jeremiah 34. But then they still were doing it according to that narrative. But either way, this is hilarious. It's like, okay.
means to provide with or to give. You might think of a wealthy benefactor endowing a university with funding or property. So to be endowed with rights by God, I mean, it's an amazing sentence. You almost makes you think of the finger of God reaching down and touching someone and saying, I give you rights, or something like that. You can agree with that theological statement or you can disagree with that, but it's implicit in our culture. And it's certainly fair to ask, if you lose the endower, can you keep the thing endowed?
Yes, because we're the ones that do the endowing.
Right.
So we're the ones that establish these things for other
Even
people
if the
as we
endowment-
agree upon. So go ahead, sorry.
And even if the endowment is contingent, it doesn't mean it's dependent.
By the way, we're talking about giving of things, not what's in our pants. So that was for the chat. And endowment. So
Or yeah, he's back to referring to dicks again.
it always comes back to penises.
It's always about penises.
If you lose,
I'm glad we're all on the same page now. We get there. So
It was the delicious disdain in her voice.
just flash that little clip from the Simpsons movie. Bountiful penis.
I'm sorry. It was deliciously begrudging.
That was fantastic. That was well timed.
I
like that.
I am jelly.
Penis
Profoundly jelly. My whole life long.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
You know,
lose the creator, can you keep the rights? If your father gives you lunch money every day and you go to school one day and your father's out of town, he's not there to give you the lunch money, you're going to make extra provisions. You're going to ask your mom.
Wait a minute. That's not the same thing, dude. Supplying somebody, oh my God, supplying somebody with money on a daily basis, it's not the same thing as you have a right and then that right applying universally. That's weird. Is it just me? I've missed that before.
It's not analogous.
Yeah.
There's no function of a right being applied. See, a right is only a right when it's enforced. It needs
it has to be renewed every 24 hours or it's not.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
Jessica, this metaphor is falling apart. Agreed. Yes, it is. Which is weird because if you watch his eyes, he's reading a fucking script. So he wrote this ahead of time. Like he wrote this and he was able to check this and ensure that it was consistent. And so, I cannot tell you how many times I go through the scripts that I write over and over and over and over and over again to ensure that they are consistent like that, so I don't make errors like this. But he's got a narrative he's got to push.
For lunch money, or you're gonna, pack a lunch or something like that. If you lose the endower, can you still buy lunch, or are you going to go hungry? In the same way, if you put a strike through the word created in the Declaration of Independence, can you keep the word equal? If you put
yes, it would just be us determining it, that it is self-evident that all men are equal, that we could just hold this. Yes.
And if you notice, just so I can placate to I Killed Earl, you notice how it doesn't say men and women or persons. It's a saying.
No, certainly doesn't.
Just says men.
It's
you better recognize the enlightenment that Gavin is putting out there.
Right.
Okay. Let's
so self-evident that we forgot half the population.
Actually, I'd like to make the case that taking out created makes it more encompassing.
Yeah.
I can do that. See, if all are created equal, that means they could become less equal later. See, if I take out the word created, equal is a constant, which means it can never go away. If they're only created equal, they can become less equal later, like the fallen.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I got where Andrew.
You were equal, but we don't know you anymore, man.
That's out. Right. We're creative. We started that, but it can be adjusted later on, right?
We ain't homies no more.
Ooh, or this very Orwellian. All men are equal, but just that some men are more equal than others.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that becomes additive. That's exegesis. All right, we're gonna have to fight for that.
A strike through the word endowed. Can you keep the word rights?
See, it's all about penises.
What? How about we put a strike through the whole thing? Just cut out the middleman. Come on, stop doing this piecemeal. Commit.
Well endowed. Everybody's well endowed. just
all men
fueling my rage.
Endowed.
All men are endowed.
I Killed Earl. Your jealousy and envy has no place here. Leave it alone.
It has every place here. Thank you very much.
That they are endowed with certain unalienable rights. That takes a different spin.
Does indeed.
If you
It's
put
all
a
about
strike through the
voice
word
buttons.
endowed, can you keep the word rights?
Yes.
Maybe, but you need to provide an alternative explanation for that, or else you might be kind of implicitly
is.
borrowing from a theistic worldview without even realizing it. And this is something Ross points out.
Oh,
We call it a
fuck
dildo.
you.
It's
Now you're
perfectly
getting it.
acceptable.
Now you're getting it.
Oh.
Now it's you get what it is. If you have this atheist worldview, you're gonna have to find a way to explain it, or else your whole worldview falls apart.
Listen,
And
they were here
atheists
begging the
have
question
found-
first.
Atheists have found the dildo in question, I think.
Remember, it's always a dildo, not your dildo.
Not your dildo. Yeah.
It said it's uterus, not a uteru. I love that. I love that Simpsons line.
Hey, Tony Regime, good to see you.
Happens in Dr. Pinker's argument is that as an heir of Jewish and Christian civilization, he imports as this kind of commonsensical.
He did not just fucking say that.
He did.
Oh, he had all the audacity.
And he will again.
Because he has a
Oh.
penis. He can say that.
Right. Exactly.
Fuck this asshole.
Position,
penis.
metaphysical propositions
Never
about
gonna
the
stop.
existence of these human rights that no one has ever seen of or heard of. He cannot show me a human right under a microscope.
So note that word.
Because he's going to heart. Yeah, he's going that route. He's going to go, well, you can't show me what a feeling is. So materialism is incoherent.
Well,
Okay, Jim Bob. Can you see truth under a microscope?
that's where he's wrong. I wrote the word human rights on very, very, very small pieces of paper. And in fact, you do need a microscope to read it. Checkmate, theist.
I must say, my dearest Tony, we do not besmirch our army of vibrating friends in this house. We will not use the term dildo as a pejorative. Thank you very much.
Thou shalt not.
Well, but also dildo has a use. You know,
Correct.
and we're describing use where there is no use.
Correct.
So
I trolled the shit out of Professor Dave once when he was busy calling everybody in the comment section of one of his videos a dildo and wrote a truly just unhinged ode to dildos, essentially. It was glorious.
oh,
Air there. He's saying the humanitarian values that Pinker champions are a kind of heir to Christian metaphysics.
they're not. They're certainly not. I know that the guy stated that, but he is factually wrong on that. Like just by history, by what we know in history. So it was a bullshit statement, and if he doesn't call him out on that, which I doubt he will.
Particularly a Christian view of human beings. And this makes sense logically because of this connection between an endower and the thing endowed. And historically, I think a good case can be made for Christian influence in our moral instincts on this point. I talk about that in my video about slavery in the Bible. And if you want a fuller case,
Not a
about
good
this,
video. I've seen it.
Hey, wait a minute. Who did he have on that thumbnail? I got.
historically, I think a good case can be made for Christian influence in our moral instincts on this point. I talk about that in my.
Wow.
Harris.
Okay, so he's got Harris, Alex, Rationality Rules, and Mind Shift, and Brandon.
And those are all really old photos.
Oh, so Steven, Alex, Sam, and Brandon. Brandon, I think his name is Brandon.
Yes, Brandon. Mhm.
Yeah.
Video about slavery in the Bible. And if you want a fuller case about this logical connection between God and human rights, I do that. I know that's unpopular today. I know many people don't believe in that. I've argued for that in these videos. I'll put 2 examples up on the screen, and all this will be linked below in the video description. You can check it out. But Steven Pinker doesn't accept that there's a connection between God and human rights.
The stupidity is open.
I think we need to speed run this.
Oh, it's almost
my
over.
brain
It
cells
is,
are
yeah.
committing seppuku as we speak.
This is such a dishonest take on this, but
Studies have shown that more religious people are more likely to donate blood, give to charity. Where does morality, like a duty to help a stranger, care for the vulnerable, moderation, fidelity, where does that come from without religion?
Are you kidding? Can you not think of a single reason why it's good to give blood other than that God will punish you if you don't, or your preacher told you to?
But here,
Tell it to Jehovah's Witnesses.
Why did he? There obviously was more there.
It's for the sake of your sanity and brevity.
Pinker is reducing religious motivation to fear of punishment or desire for reward in the future.
Yeah, pretty much, yes. Because there's an authoritative figure that is establishing these boundaries.
The deeper motivation that applies right now in the present is, what is that human being to whom I give blood or give charity or serve in some way or another? You either believe that person is made in the image of God and therefore endowed with certain rights, or you don't believe that. And if you don't believe that,
that's not correct. So he fucked it up there. We can not accept that there's a creator that endows these things, or we could believe to say that we don't believe that there's a God, but that we as a society endow these things and acknowledge that, and we start from the position that we are all equal, and we start from this. But this is something that this is a rule that we, or like an axiom that we establish for the society in which we want to live. He basically threw the baby out with the bathwater on this one. He's like, you either believe that a God exists and that the God established or God endowed all human beings with certain unalienable rights, or you don't. And he threw the whole thing together, like, or you don't believe in a God, and that you by virtue of that you don't believe that humans have an
and remember he's making it into a dichotomy when earlier when he said, could you take out that create part? He said maybe. So how, if it's maybe, when he said he granted like there's the possibility of maybe, how did he change it into a dichotomy later
into
on?
So he contradicted himself with by establishing the false dichotomy.
Mm-hmm.
This dude's an idiot. Jessica for two Australians says, does Gavin think that all humans are Americans?
Hard to maintain a genuine, robust moral obligation. And so that leads to the question.
That is an appeal to consequences fallacy. That it is difficult to empathize and maintain like the same level of empathy that I have for my wife that I do for a human being I've never met, even if they're in the same city as me. So I donate blood, even though they won't allow me to do so because I'm bi. But even if I could, expecting me to have the same level of empathetic connection with somebody I've never met and will never meet as I do with like my spouse or like, members of my family, that is just patently absurd. It is exactly what we'd expect in a naturalistic system. So the fact that he doesn't like that is irrelevant to whether or not it is true or whether or not it is true. So this comes off like an appeal to consequences fallacy. You go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, thanks for having me on. Dinner's ready. I'm going to take off. Glad you could enjoy the
really
the
biological needs. Are you serious?
Yes, I ought to eat my sandwiches because I ought to please my wife by eating what she gave me.
Ooh, sandwiches. Sandwiches sound good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up, Jay. Thank you for this.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Anytime. And if we're still going, you're more than welcome to come back up when you're free.
Okay. See ya.
All right.
Good job.
That I think atheism struggles to answer, and it's this: can human beings really live off of this worldview?
Yes, because I do. I mean, I'll speak for myself. I do it every day.
Right. Yeah.
Anybody else see a problem with this? Karen, Andrew, see a problem with this?
I'm doing fine.
Listen, but you're different. You're an atheist. So what does your opinion about whether you can live every day matter? Right? You should ask a Christian. They would tell you if you're living every day.
Oh, okay, good. They'll have the insight.
For society, can atheism provide a moral framework that is robust enough to endure over time amidst the changing winds of human culture? And individually, can atheism provide a vision of moral obligation that is robust enough to follow even when it cuts against your personal interests?
So this is a straw man against atheism, because atheism does not logically entail moral realism or moral anti-realism. So trying to like throw atheism under the bus for doing he's trying to throw atheism under the bus as doing something for like saying it does something that it doesn't do, and saying that's why atheism fails or atheism has difficulty with that. No, because there are atheist moral anti-realists, there are atheist moral realists. So this comes down to whatever that is, whether you're a moral realist or a moral anti-realist. And it also comes down to empathy in that respect. So, because that's where these things come from. So he's completely straw-manned atheism on this one. The whole thing was a straw man. It's
worse. It's actually a whole lot worse, because he's just committed the same failure as Pascal's wager. Because apparently, since the moral values held by every other belief system differ, he also has to fight other theists. So apparently, if each of theirs can be independently different than his, and they're also okay, even if it's all theism, he still doesn't stand.
Right.
They're not a monolith. So
what is it out there in the depths of reality that makes the golden rule a golden rule and not just a golden ideal or a golden vision that we should like to come to pass?
Empathy.
Where does that authoritative
think that exists in reality? Like,
or that it's like an
enshrined somewhere.
Yeah, or that it's like some mind stance independent truth of reality.
Right. It's so weird.
Dimension to moral obligation actually come from?
Empathy.
Atheism doesn't have a ready apparent mechanism to explain that.
Because it's not what atheism is concerned with, you numpty.
We still have an answer, because in the end, you see, it's down to enforcement. When you realize that all of our laws tend to be punitive against actions rather than forcing you to take actions, it's punitive against actions. So in that sense, we have to take a look at the punitive system as the embodiment of us actually enacting it. And how do we do that? Having the state have a monopoly on violence to enforce it. We have an enforcement wing. There you have it.
Yep.
It's also funny to me because I really wonder what he would say to someone who's like this is increasingly popular. It's been popularized a bunch by TikTok, like Gewirth and like a Hearst House style virtue ethics. It's like super popular now. People are like, oh no, actually logic and agency dictate a set of objective moral standards, and you can recover a significant portion of what people call like these impossible to recover Christian ethics just via logical consistency and the nature of agency. So I mean, like, there are definitely atheists out there who could rise to meet this. It just seems like no one ever wants to remember they exist.
Right. Hey, the man in black, the walking dude is in the house. Good to see you, Randall Flagg. Thanks so much for being here. Yes, I am up with my king turn with my my king mythos. So love the Dark Tower series. But good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I thought I saw somebody new. Maybe I didn't. Somebody asked a question. Gospel Logical. Can disagreeers under 18 join? We prefer to 18 and up is important because of some of the nature of the discussions that we have here. So just to clarify that. I know it's not TikTok, but minors, it's it's not something I want to tread into. Nobody on Fire for $2 says based Kieran Gewirth mentioned.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, nobody.
Christianity does, as do other forms of theism. Christianity says, and this is so beautiful and so thrilling to think of when we come back to it, we say, wow, this has changed all of human history and it'll make the difference in your life as well. Christianity says human beings have intrinsic value because they are made in the image of God. And the finger pointing that I showed from that famous painting, that happens. Every human soul is given dignity from God. That gives you a metaphysical grounds for moral obligation. It also gives you moral hope, because the same God who gives
this is an appeal to emotion. That's all this is.
Us that moral dignity, those moral rights, doesn't just do that and then step out of human history. He's also actively at work, and one day will bring good to triumph over evil, which is thrilling. So what I'm trying to get into here, moral obligation is one little window into a larger world. And on other points, I would ask the same question is, can you really live off of atheism?
Yes. every single day. And I would say that as a result of not having this, me appealing to my empathy, it has made my world, made my like world, the world that I live in, or in my immediate area, much better and much more effective, and made me more proactive, because I'm not walking on eggshells around some, unknowable entity as to whether or not I'm doing it correctly or not. So those little aphorisms that allow Christians to decide whether or not to decide when they should act or when they should not act, those don't exist for me. So yes, we can.
When you think it through, front to finish, can you really base your life on that?
Yes.
And what I'm proposing in my book, Why Christianity Makes Sense, is that Christianity makes a lot of sense of these things that we have a deep intuition and awareness of in our hearts, like the special value of human beings. But it also is thrilling and wonderful. It makes emotional sense, and it provides a sense of beauty and a sense of hope and dignity along the way. I'll put a link to my book in the video description as well. Thanks.
So this was all a straw man in order to, and this was a straw man of atheism in order to reinforce and appeal to emotion.
Wait,
is all this video was.
Was it even that? Was this like a giant AI debate? AI did debate to plug a book? Are you serious?
Appears to be, yes. We just got the fuck baited, man.
We got clickbaited.
Yeah, he really didn't engage at all. It came down to a hope sale at the end.
A hope sale.
That's it.
No, let me see this. Okay, so
there's no content. He actually literally didn't link anything backwards from it. It's like the entire video was pointless.
Yeah. What does this have to do? Why link the AI? What does it even have to do with ethics?
okay, let's see here. The question. Okay, so I went back to his channel. The question atheism struggles to answer is not what you think. It wasn't like that. So where's the? I'm seeing the link for the debate that he. Where the hell is the link for this? Steven Pinker versus Do We Need God? Steven Pinker versus Ross Douthat.
Donut Hat, I think it's pronounced.
Donut Hat.
So he's the New York Times writer, right?
This debate: cognitive psychologist Steven Pinker and New York Times columnist Ross Douthat explore whether secular society can truly sustain itself, which it can. Obviously, it can. We see it today. This was okay. So is Do We Need God? Steven Pinker versus Ross Douthat debate. So I'm assuming that the AI thing just came up as kind of like an example, is kind of like to try and analogize the moral obligation for humans, and using that as an example that if we were to recognize that, would turning it off, you bet. So they were using AI as an analogy, or at least Pinker was using AI as an analogy.
Man, literally 4 million YouTube channels have been demonetized, but this slop stays strong. What is going on?
This cat's got 175,000 subscribers.
Oh, you hate to see it.
You do hate to see it.
Yeah.
What is reverse Schadenfreude?
So my take is, yeah, it was a complete straw man of atheism, and it never addressed any of the. This is what's fucked up, is because, like I said, it's a complete straw man of atheism, because atheism is concerned with the one proposition, and he went to the moral thing, which is a completely different, question about whether it's moral realism or moral anti-realism, which is neither of which is logically entailed by being an atheist. So because it's two different lines of inquiry there. So by attacking atheism, he should have just attacked moral anti-realists if that was the point. Just bringing up atheists I think is just to generate response, like we're doing here. So I agree with Earl that it's kind of a clickbait thing by saying, like, the question atheism struggles to answer is like, it's not even a struggle to answer it, because it's moral anti-realism. Can moral anti-realism answer this question? And the answer is yes. The difference is that it doesn't have that the answer that moral anti-realism gives is not this hippy dippy, we all love each other, dancing ring around the rosies bullshit, idealistic nonsense going forward, because it recognizes the biological reality that we live in, though the paradigm that we are in. So it's not coming up with all this vibe shit, to say, oh, but this feels so much better and it's so much more, self-affirming and yada yada. It's like, we get that there's a utility, but the utility doesn't indicate anything true about external reality, and it's not what's exhibited in the reality that we observe. So moral anti-realism can answer it, and this has nothing to do with atheism whatsoever. So I'm kind of curious about. I'm taking a quick glance at the comments, but yeah, there's people in the comments that are pointing out the very thing that we've said here, that we've all said here, and this video came out 2 weeks ago, so this will be our response to this one. I'm gonna tag this over, so maybe he'll listen to it. I don't know, but that's the end of the video. So,
Thank goodness.
so Karen, I apologize. There wasn't any more about the AI thing. They were just using it as an analogy for human moral obligation. I wish there was more to it.
We didn't seriously think he was going to go into any meaningful depth about AI, did we? Or anything?
I honestly thought it was going to go into the problem, the hard problem of consciousness, and that's where it was angling at, because that problem, because if you consider qualia to be a thing, which I don't, but if you are in the cognitive science field that holds that qualia is a thing, then that hard problem of consciousness does exist for AI as it did the same as it exists for us. And that was in what Duthat was talking about. And that's where I thought it was going, but it wound up just going into moral realism versus moral anti-realism. So that's what happens when you take the full debate and you say, and he was cutting out clips of it, and we didn't get like the full story of it. But I wish there was more that Kieran could have tapped into.
I'd say it's almost more of it's like he could have pointed towards this, would have become a slippery slope, but he didn't actually, formulate it as such. He put it as an open question, as like a seed of doubt, rather than directly allude it. So
let's see here. All right, I'm going to tag this in here. Oh, and yay, it looks like I am 76. I'm 76 subscribers away from 15K.
Ooh.
I'm excited about that. All right. So while I'm looking at that really quick, I just want to say I appreciate, thank you, Jay, for sharing that video with me. And I can say we responded to it. And for anybody in the chat, if there are any believers that are in the chat that would like to talk about what they believe and why, you're more than welcome to come up on the stage. The link is pinned in the side chat. We'd love to hear what you think. So we'd love to converse about these things. Or if you have questions about how we justify things within our worldview, if you have certain questions about like morality, or if you like, or any areas of science or whatever like that, all of these conversations, you could use any of the prompts up at that are on the screen right now. We'd love to have these conversations with you. So feel free to come on over and join us, Evil Dead style, join us. But love to do it. Oh, Randall Flagg asked, what is WIH? If I remember, he's talking with Jinju. So I'm imagining you're talking about Week in Horror. So Randall, a couple of years ago, I ran a podcast with my fellow filmmaker friends called Week in Horror. And every week we did a deep dive, a big, technical deep dive into select horror films that released that week in horror history. And so that was pretty much what we did. And I ran that podcast for 5 years, and it was a blast, but it was becoming too much to handle just by myself. So I had to shutter it. It was a good place. 5 years was solid, but yeah, that channel is still open and all that content is still free to watch. But yeah, it was a podcast that I ran. Let's see here. Boom, 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 boom. So that was Gavin Ortland. And copy that link and talking about yourselves.
Oh, we got a super chat in.
Gavin Ortland. Oh, at Truth Unites.
How do you think that they have a special machine that spits out really, really cringy names? Or do you think that it's just a natural talent? Or do they ask AI maybe? I don't know.
I think it was an add-on to the Jordan Peterson quote generator.
Oh, wow.
Jessica Transmetal Alchemist for 10 Australians says, apologetics is about selling confidence and community, not discourse or information. Gavin repeats these shallow, pithy slogans. His audience feels happy inside. The cycle of life goes on. Agreed. Because every single time and I see an apologist get into a conversation like this, rarely, if ever, does it arrive at a logical terminus, which aggravates me. That's kind of the point of what I do here, is to try and get these conversations to get to a logical terminus. And I can say that we've been moderately successful in that. Andrew's been present for a lot of them in that. And I would say that we've had some theists up here that we have been able to get to a logical terminus in some conversations. But that's the goal. Instead, this whole clickbait nonsense, or like, to try and do whatever you can to generate views. I get that that's a thing that people do, but that's what apologetics is for. It's never about defending their position, a la 1 Peter 3:15. It's about convincing other people that they're right or reinforcing their beliefs. So,
can you imagine who's going to buy that book? It's going to be like, imagine you pick up a book and it's like pitched at arguing something to you that you already believe. And you're like, yeah, this is great, man, the whole time, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's super confusing, like how people consume that media.
It's kind of like I almost view it like a labyrinth, like the labyrinth of faith, and that apologists are actively trying to ensure that people can't make their way out of the labyrinth and constantly keep them moving back towards the center. And with the way that they manipulate shit and the way how intellectually dishonest they are, just constantly adjusting it in ways, kind of like, the movie Labyrinth, Sarah running through the labyrinth, how the labyrinth changes all around her as she moves through it, but she wasn't aware of it at the time. So she was just accepting it as what it was. And they just keep adjusting it so that people keep winding up back at the center and be like, oh, this must be where, this must be the answer. Complete dishonesty. But his book is available on Amazon, and it is, the audiobook is free with a trial, but the Kindle version is $12.99 and the paperback is $18.63.
What's the rating on it?
Let's see. What is his rating? It's 208 pages long. And read more. Let me see. Oh, he cites fucking C.S. Lewis in it. Gag.
My daughter's read longer manga.
Where's the rating on this? Follow the author. No. Report an issue. Blah blah blah. Publisher. Maybe I didn't scroll down far enough. About the author. He has a PhD from Fuller Theological Seminary. Awesome.
I wonder if it was like printed on a T-shirt or something.
Where the hell are the customer reviews? There are no reviews.
No. What about sales? Do we see any list of?
I don't see. It says, it says review this product, related books, but I don't see anybody having bought this.
Okay, I was wondering if he was going to do some of the things that I've seen where they've basically put up fraudulent sales data, where you see like a little dagger image and whatnot associated on there. Amazon would flag that. It's like going, these may not be legit buys.
Yeah, there's no reviews whatsoever, and I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing I see products related to this item, product details about the author, products related to this item, customers. There is a customers also bought or read, but I'm not seeing this book having any sales. He did write a book that says Why God Makes Sense in a World That Doesn't. Why God Makes Sense in a World That Doesn't. The Beauty of Christian Theism. Blah. This one is a 4.7 out of 5. 161 global ratings, 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star. So maybe it's his newest book. It's his newest one, and he hasn't sold any yet.
I could get a faster and larger response from a Facebook post.
That is the baffling part, right?
Sorry, shade thrown. Gonna do it. I'm like, you wrote a book. Was it a PhD that he's got?
Maybe.
It says he's got a PhD from a theological seminary.
He should take up latte art. That'll pay off. Sorry. Not sorry.
All right.
Ouch.
Let me say I don't have anybody new in the chat. Not seeing anybody new. And like I said, I can. We're done with that one, so I can get rid of that video. I can cast a hook to see in Discord to see if I could catch anybody. I don't want us to. Oh, there's plenty of people in the Christian chat.
That's bait. Oop, I think Kieran just made a murmur.
I did?
Oh, sorry, that was in side chat, I think.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying someone will be right back, I think.
Oop.
Yeah, we'll do this. That's a good baity. That's a good baity line there. Rammy's up in that bitch, so I don't know. I would like to get a
Never interacted with that one personally. Seen him sitting there. It's been ages, of course, since I've actually chatted on the server.
Right. Hopefully, I may get one. I'd love to have a conversation. There's a couple of trolls that are in there as well, but hopefully, I can find someone. Let us learn about God. Calvinism is not equal to Christianity. That's interesting.
Unusually based.
Oh, we just got some memberships given out. Yeah.
And let me do this. And thank you so much, Point Relative, who gifted 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Point Relative. You rock. I appreciate that support. All of you new members, please enjoy the custom emojis that I've made for you. And, of course, the channel badge. The channel badge for here at Bridge the Divide is fashioned after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're a member, the more your mind expands. It's so cringe. I got to stop making that joke.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Leah Phyllis just put in off in the chat asking if we saw.
Did you see that Phil Halper and Stephen Meyer recently had a discussion about God, cosmology, and fine-tuning? I did not. Interesting. That was Stephen Meyer and Phil Halper. Oh, thank you so much, Point. Yeah, it's the push to 15K. I'm only, I don't know if I'm 75. I think I'm 75 away from 15K, from 15,000, which I think would be really, really cool. And thank you, Jessica, showing off the emojis in there. So hopefully we can pull up a believer. I have other content that we can look at.
Yeah.
Like doing the review show instead of an actual conversation show.
Fills the time in between. But speaking of time in between, I will steal an extra minute while you just give a quick scan on the chat here to do a facilities check. You know the kind.
And Leophilia says, well, then you and everybody else should go set your reminders for the first part of my review of that discussion live this Friday at 7 p.m. Central Time. So Leophilius. And if you haven't checked out Leophilius' channel, excellent work. It's excellent work that he does over there. So definitely check that out. He's going to do a review of that debate that he just mentioned this Friday, 7 p.m. Central Time. Leophilius' channel.
Leo's so good. There are so many like I don't mean to be like crass, but there are just so many lousy atheist debaters in the space where you watch them and you're like, man, I don't know, like I'm on your side and I'm not so sure about this. But Leo never misses. He's just consistently good.
I envy him for his ability for his flexibility in a debate. When he recognizes where his interlocutor like is coming from and what they're trying to do, he can like adjust far more easily than I can, and I'm envious of that ability. I typically, if I start hammering a point and start drilling in a direction, it's very difficult for me to like adjust and move to another direction or like to adjust my tactics, which leads to me kind of like sometimes getting really, really irritated with the other person. But he has that ability to do that. And he recognizes trolling and he has the ability to troll. I don't. Like, I lack the ability to troll. So. Yes, nobody. Leo is goated. So it will always. I don't even know if it's an ability that I could develop in that sense, but I'm terrible at it. I don't have the instincts for it because I've never developed them. But yeah, I wish I did. It's like it's that if you remember Kieran, that conversation that he had with the back and forth that he had with Jim Bob, and his ability to just kind of like how affable he was in that because he recognized what Jim Bob was trying to do, and me, that would just piss me off to no end.
Yeah, I have to confess that I sort of like share your desire for the kill, right? Like because the thing is that like, you know, JB comes in mega bad faith all the time, like mega bad faith. Like the fact that he'll run like because I was prepping for a debate with him before our mutual acquaintance Tacos has been having some channel troubles. And when you watch a lot of those folks, there's like 6 different versions of them, and they just select whichever one of themselves they want tonight based off of like what belief system they think will be maximally annoying for their interlocutor. And so they don't really seem to have any like belief system per se. And so you realize like, oh, this guy's just out here to make clips. He's not actually here to have a conversation. Right. I don't see how Leo deals with that. Like it really makes me annoyed because I have better things to do. Right? I don't need to fund Jim Bob of all people.
Oh, it really grinds my gears. But it's a pet peeve of mine, and I wish I could let it go. I do, and I think to a degree I'm getting better. I think that when I was on that stream last night with Generally Specific, I think I was better in my self-evaluation, but I would need other people to evaluate how I did over there. I'm not going to like say that, oh, I was better, I'm improving all the time. I don't think I'm a very good judge of my own. I mean, I know where I fail, and I try to recognize that and pull back and kind of like readjust. I don't think I'm very good at it, but I think I did better on that one. But fuck, man, those pet peeves get tagged, and it's infuriating. And because it's like, why I like you, Karen. It's like, why am I burning my time doing this? Yeah. And then last night it got to the point where I was like, I think I convinced myself that at least I'm having fun. At least I'm getting a good laugh out of this. You know, this is I'm laughing. So we're laughing, we're having fun. And I try to like, you know, paste over the pet peeve by saying, at least we're doing this. And we were getting a good chuckle out of it. But ultimately it didn't facilitate any kind of like new like discussion with anybody. You know, it was gross.
Yeah, I mean, you see lots of people out there. I think you did well that night, and I think in general you do pretty well. I see lots of people. They have tons of followers. They get big lives, and you realize that they're kind of like following in like the Destiny style footprint. And you're just like, oh, I don't know about that, friend. I don't know if that's the direction you want to go. But it really seems like a lot of people. There's like people who just aren't doing it either because they think it's actually a good thing to do, right? Like I think it's a good thing to do if you can do it, or they're really like you know, say a bunch of the more philosophically inclined do it because they love the sport and the argument and the deep dive. And then there are people who just out there for clips.
Well, and Destiny's mellowed like considerably since he's kind of abandoned the blood sport debate style almost entirely in the last 5 years or so.
I did get some. I mean, I feel like I'm tooting my own horn here, but I did get some good comments. Some people came over to my channel and specifically commented, be like, "Hey, I appreciate the conversation you had. I know it was crazy, but they acknowledged that was really, really nice to have people come over and specifically to just to give me that interaction." Did you, Kieran? Did you watch? Were you watching the Generally Specific live stream?
I was in and out. I was working that night, and I was using it to keep a little bit sane.
I didn't see you in the live chat. So if you're working, that explains it.
Yeah.
So.
Occasionally, the mothership makes me work an 18-hour day, and that was one of those 18-hour days.
Oof. Oh, I remember those days. I'm so glad I make my own. Well, that's actually fucked up because I remember working 18. I'm working like 14, 15, 16, 18-hour days for the man, and then I went into business for myself, and now I'm on call 24/7. So,
lol. You thought you were free.
I know, right? I was like, yeah, I'm going to set my own hours. Oh fuck! Now I have all the hours.
Why did I set my own hours? Dang it!
Why did I do this? It's like, no FM, AM radio, all talk. That's true. Yeah, it is talk. I'm hoping that we can get a believer will pop in. I know we've had some pop into the chat, and we can have. I've put feelers out on Discord, and hopefully we can. Or even if you're a non-believer, love to have those conversations. People have questions, whether about specific scientific fields or how we, like I said, how we justify things within our worldview, within a certain scope. Love to have those conversations too. So. Hopefully we can get somebody up. I do have other stuff to review. I have like 5 other videos that we could take a look at. As a matter of fact, you know what? I have this one. I was going to save this one and do an actual like content video on this one, but I think we can enjoy this. So let's do this one. And it's not even that long. I think it's 17 minutes. Let's take a look at this one. This one is why flat earthers and atheists are, in parentheses, basically the same.
Okay. I love me a flat earth, right?
Oh, ouch.
I think Andrew's on the verge of a trans-ischemic attack.
Listen, with a flat earth, I have more room for my liberal solar panels.
Okay, so why flat earthers and atheists are basically the same.
Flat Earth is a guilty pleasure of mine.
Does
It'd be so much better if I had a penis, though.
All right.
Is that a? Oh God, the books. It's.
Don't do it to yourself. Don't do it.
He's trying so
let it go.
hard.
Let it go.
He cares so much. We need to see.
That 70s wood paneling. That's just doing it for me.
I've never seen a bookcase that sweats like that. It's like the bookcase itself is sweating. It's trying so hard.
There's so much lifting.
Do you even lift, bro?
Do you even lift, bro?
Jinx.
Okay, let's see what we got here. I haven't watched this one, so I'm looking forward to this.
Over the years, as I've read books for atheists, watched YouTube videos, had conversations with atheists, something keeps coming up that I've noticed a pattern. It's not every single time. It's not with every single atheist, but
okay, sorry. I know he hasn't finished this, but I got to look into this. He's putting himself up as Dr. David Pendergrass.
I'm looking at credentials already.
Did we all do this simultaneously?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so he's written a bunch of books. Dr. David Pendergrass. He has a podcast called A Glimpse of the Kingdom. Dr. David W. Pendergrass, A Glimpse of the Kingdom. Dr. David Pendergrass.
Yeah, doctorate in philosophy and historical theology from Baylor University.
Okay.
Okay, we got ourselves a Harry Potter expert. Well done, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
He has a doctorate in gender studies.
it's often enough that I can't ignore it. And when I hear atheists explain why they don't believe in God, it sounds to me like I'm talking to a flat earther. And I don't mean that simply as an insult. I mean it very specifically. There are patterns, ways of reasoning, habits of thought.
You also mean it specifically as an insult.
I've noticed how he hasn't mentioned epistemology here.
Right.
So
it's a pattern. And I can notice once you see them, you start seeing them everywhere. I think so. Flat Earth belief isn't interesting because someone got geography wrong, which they have. It's interesting because of how belief works once a conclusion is already locked in.
Wait a second. It's biblical, you buffoon. It's not someone got geography wrong. It's okay. It's biblical.
I love it. Oh yes. Okay. Got geography wrong. An all-knowing God that didn't at least tell the people the special people that it made that, hey, by the way, there's another entire half of the planet, out there.
Right. half.
Flat
I
earthers
mean,
don't lack evidence.
What the fuck?
I'm
Hell
just-
yeah.
Oh my
Flame explosion.
Timu Michael Bay up in this bitch.
When do we get a
Right?
star wipe?
Starlights.
They have explanations for all of it. Satellite photos are fake.
That's not an explanation. These are just
It's not an
assertions that they
explanation.
make.
Right.
Gravity is simply misunderstood. Astronauts are actors. They're fakes. Every new piece of data doesn't threaten the belief. It gets absorbed into it.
That's
belief
none of
itself
that's
is never
data.
It doesn't get absorbed into it. It does threaten it, and that's why they have to manipulate it to fit their established paradigm. The whole point is that they have a
dismiss it outright.
exactly. They either dismiss it out of hand, or they simply mutate it in order to fit within their established conclusion. So yes, but they do that because it threatens that conclusion. Oh, already not even what is this? A minute in, already off to a bad start.
Yeah.
risk. And that's the key. Flat Earth isn't a failure of intelligence or curiosity.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
It is. I'm just straight up saying this, like flat out into the camera. I'm looking long and deep into the camera. Make eye contact.
See,
Okay.
penises. Damn it.
It's a result of a lack of intelligence. It is, or mental illness. So
And penises.
It's a failure of epistemology.
okay, here we go.
Epistemology is the study of how we decide what counts as knowledge in the first.
Hang on a sec. I gotta check something.
Is he going to precept us? Is that where this is going?
Don't edge me like that.
Epistemology has an E after.
He's an E in it. He misspelled epistemology.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just like
Maybe a lack of education. I don't
And see,
know.
that right there. Even I am second guessing myself because I know it has a fucking E in it, but even I went to check. It's like, have I been spelling it wrong all this time? No, it's just, but I knew it had an E. And it was like, I think that's an E where that O is supposed to be. There's an E supposed to be there where that O is. It's like, he didn't even spell epistemology correct.
Yikes.
We had ourselves a vowel movement.
Epistemic. What's my epistemic standard?
Epistemology is the study of how we decide what counts as knowledge in the first place.
No, it's a study of how we know things, not how we like. I don't like the way he articulated that because there's shit baked into that. So, but it's the study of how we know things, of how we categorize things as meeting the standard of knowledge. So, he articulated that very, very weird.
And this is where the comparison matters a lot. Flat Earth belief doesn't fail because it asks questions. It fails because its epistemology is closed, very closed-minded.
Yes, it is a break in epistemology. I will give him this. He is correct on this. It is a break in their epistemology.
Certain kinds of evidence are ruled out ahead of time. Counter evidence is always reinterpreted as deception or error, and no amount of data is ever allowed to count as correction. Once a belief system reaches that point, it stops being about following evidence and becomes about protecting a conclusion. That's it.
Brought to you by the people. Brought to you by the people who ensure that the word hermeneutics will always remain in the vernacular.
This is my wife has a T-shirt that has a teapot and a kettle, and the kettle's looking at the teapot and said, "The fuck you call me?"
This is like brought to you by the religion that got so angry over Aristotle they started killing people who owned copies, then brought in a specialist to rewrite it all. Like this is bonkers.
Wow. And I'm curious because now he's established. I think he's established the failure in flat Earth, and to a degree, I agree with him in that it's an epistemological failure, and I get that they're operating completely broken. Especially given that you can ask them other questions about things, and they'll completely agree with the methodology while ignoring that the methodology that arrives at both conclusions is the same. So I get that it's epistemically broken, but I'm kind of curious how he's tying a category. The category of flat Earth is something that we can demonstrate, we can empirically demonstrate, and he's going to tie that into atheism, which is concerned with a concept that is claimed to be true, with a proposition that is claimed to be true but cannot be demonstrated. It's literally empirical. By equating these things, he's agreeing, or he's basically setting up the premise that God can be empirically demonstrated. And if that's the only way atheism would be wrong on this, is because God can be empirically demonstrated, just like the Earth can be empirically demonstrated that it is an oblate spheroid. That would be what he's effectively implying here by by equivocating on these two, or by drawing an equivalence between these two categories. Am I right or wrong on that?
I wonder if he's going to get specific enough about what we reject. That's the thing. If he's super vague about it, he never has to own the mistake. It's a question about whether he's going to give himself enough rope to hang himself, or whether he'll dodge in the vagueness of it. So I guess we'll have to see how he goes.
Or they'll just do autoerotic asphyxiation.
Reaches that point, it stops being about following evidence and becomes about protecting a conclusion. That's in common with atheism. When atheism functions the same way, when any evidence that could point beyond nature is dismissed in principle rather than examined, the issue is no longer science or reason. It's epistemology.
Okay, I will agree with the idea, the notion that there are atheists out there that do have broken epistemologies, that they do reject the proposition on irrational grounds. Okay, there are some. But the existence of, I hate to say bad atheists or atheists who reason badly, is not an indictment of atheism in and of itself. Just like a scientist who does like if you say, like, that would be like saying like Hegel. It's like Haeckel, like that was saying like evolution is evil because Haeckel manipulated evolution to justify his own racist ideologies, and then imparted those to the Third Reich. So by a bad actor, like reasoning poorly or reasoning for whatever like this, but basically doing it, not Haeckel, Jessica, but it's the same thing with that. He took Darwin's ideas and then just completely mutilated them in order to justify his own racist, like his own like pre-existing racism, and developed concepts of like social Darwinism, which infected the Third Reich because of his purported, authority in the field. So the existence of bad actors in that doesn't negate what's happening here, and he still, I think, is a category error, because the God concept, unless he's going to claim that God can be empirically demonstrated, which I'm curious if that's where he's going to go.
Now, before going any further.
And yes, Leophilius, that's Ernst Haeckel. Yes.
Further, I need to be very clear about something. And of course, atheists, you're watching this, you've already stopped watching and you're writing very hateful comments already. But my first point is this applies to Christians too. When a Christian says nothing could ever count against my belief, you didn't do so by faith, you're a fideist, which means belief refuses to engage in evidence at all. You believe just because you believe. Historically, Christianity didn't present itself that way. It made public historical claims. The resurrection was proclaimed as something that happened in real time, in real places, with real witnesses.
The claims were made, yes, but there's no evidence that it actually happened. The existence of claims does not logically entail that the event that's being claimed to happen actually did. And there's tremendous amounts of evidence that the whole resurrection concept was a matter of narrative, of like literally just religion building. It's just narrative building, because it was very similar to other things that were developing at the time, and and in the past. So I think there's a solid argument for that's why this is not a false. It's a false dichotomy to say that it's either it happened or it didn't happen. You could say like, or whatever you. I think it's going along the lines. I'm tending to agree nowadays with the narrative building that the resurrection. It's possible that it was never meant to be taken literally, that it was a feature of that. It's kind of like their own storytelling, building up their own mythos. And I think that there's some solid evidence and good argumentation for that the people that were believers were building this up into a cultural thing to establish these, to establish this stuff, and their own kind of legend building. I'm slowly but surely kind of coming around to that idea.
As the only certified cult leader of this group, who regularly establishes mythos, yeah, that makes sense to me.
The Apostle Paul, of course, says outright in 1 Corinthians 15 that if Christ has not been raised, Christian faith is futile, it collapses, worthless.
Right. And Paul wasn't there. Paul believed, certain propositions, but all of this is predicated so far upon the assumption that the God actually exists, which is what atheism is addressing. So he still hasn't gotten there. This preamble is kind of pointless because he needs to address, whether or not the God exists, because because the whole resurrection idea is underpinned by the existence of the God for that event to actually have taken place. So that's what atheism is concerned with, not whether or not the resurrection took place, but whether or not the God actually exists for the extenuate, I guess the extension, the claims by extension, if those are true or not. So he's not addressing atheism at this point, not yet.
That's a risky claim. It's falsifiable. When Christians refuse to honestly engage in counter evidence, they fall into the same trap that I'm describing here. The problem there is not belief in God. The problem is a belief that cannot, even in principle, be corrected.
So like Book of Romans tells you, like all the little things that tell you that, that Christians are right and that they can't be wrong because everyone else knows they're right. So the book literally tells them to do this. So this is kind of an indictment of the book itself, or at least portions of the book that instruct them like about the nature of their belief, or the nature that it's not belief, that it's actually knowledge. So this is kind of against the cult.
Well, what's the multiplicity of evidence? That's the question. See, beyond the book, if he's going to say like what, the next chapter is more evidence, it's like, no, it's all in the same book. This is Harry Potter chapter 3 is not, new evidence versus chapter 1. It's just more of the same document. So
it's also like, people don't talk about this too much. Maybe I'm opening up a huge can of whoop-ass on myself by bringing this up, given that it's contentious lately. But it's just not very strong evidence. Like evidence has gradation. So even if we were to say, sure, well, the Bible is evidence for Christianity, right? It would be insanely weak, right? Mm-hmm. Like it like the typical way we define this, when we want to get precise about it, is that the likelihood of the evidence based on it being true is greater than the likelihood of the evidence based on the opposite, like the fact that it's false. And like, to me, it seems like 50-50 in that sense. Would the Bible really be that different if it was fake? Like if it was just a made up story by a bunch of people? I think it's more likely, of course, but I'm an atheist.
I like that. I agree with that. Yeah. Tony Regime says, JL, he's just leading you along a logical path, and then he'll just sidestep and push you into a bush. Probably. And Mystery Man, thank you so much. Well, good to see you, Mystery Man. And as Mystery Man has gifted 20 memberships to the Godless Army. So welcome, all you new members. Enjoy those custom emojis I've made for you. And of course, all the channel badge and everything. So I appreciate that. All that support, that goes a long way. I do not like the fact that I was typing epistemology into Google, and I got to EPISTE. That's all I typed. And Jeffrey Epstein was the first search.
Well,
I don't like that at all.
That's uncomfy.
That's what she
Vibe
said.
without. Why aren't you guys talking about the Christmas children's Bible of King James? If there's a believer who wants to talk about that, we could dive into that.
So let's don't do that, Christians. So precision matters. It's not all about all the atheists. It's about dogmatic or metaphysical atheism. That's the view that reality is nothing but matter and energy, and that no supernatural explanation is even possible. This view is often treated as if it's just what science says, but it doesn't.
Little more rope, just a little more rope.
Yeah. I didn't know if anybody had a comment on metaphysical atheism.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought I heard, yeah, Leo is like, that's not what that is. Is what Leo. I was wondering if somebody had a comment, and I agree with Andrew. We can give him more rope to hang himself with. But I thought I heard the rumblings from Kieran Dave's mind.
Well, I mean, science, doesn't make a statement about this, right? It's like completely like, oh, well, science doesn't say that nothing like that could happen. You're right. Science completely ignores it, is irrelevant, right? It's like supernatural, don't care, right? Repeatable, that's what we're doing right here. That's the entire pursuit, whether it's like directly observable or indirectly. It's like, it's really, honestly, I would almost think this person, I thought maybe he was just dumb. But I think that maybe this is a little bit more bad faith than I originally assumed, because that's like kind of a feral cunning.
And Leo Phileas brings up that's naturalism, not atheism. Agreed.
Yeah, I was about to say it before I put it on the screen. It's like,
it's a philosophical position that gets quietly smuggled in under the authority of science.
No. At all. No, that's just poisoning the well. No, I am not an atheist because of science. I had a pretty decent degree of scientific understanding when I was a believer, and I was able, when I was a believer, to reconcile my belief in an entity, a belief of a God entity, with my understanding of science. It wasn't hard. In fact, you could say that as I grew up and as a believer, my journey kind of went from like the supernatural aspects to like naturalistic theism, which my pastor at the time didn't see a problem with. He was like, it's like, because the question was, is it possible to reconcile these things with the narratives? Like, yeah, the only thing is that if you don't take the Bible directly literally, which he didn't think that you should, that you take it kind of like the idea of it, what it's trying to convey, but recognize the context. But you can easily reconcile these things, be like, yes, the way the God interacts with the world is completely naturalistic in nature, which reinforces the faith, the faith necessity. So I don't like what he's done here. And Leo Phileas has entered the chat.
Hello, Leo.
Yeah, this guy's doing really fucking stupid shit, and I can't let that fly. I can't with these people. Metaphysical atheism. What the fuck is that, dude?
That came up, and I immediately, the red exclamation point appeared above Leo's head, and he just like came right.
And it was at that moment that he knew he fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
He, in fact, was not right.
This is a method. It studies material causes. It tells us how matter behaves. It does not tell us whether matter is all that exists. When someone moves from science explains a lot to therefore God does not exist, that move is not science, it's philosophy. And it's almost always done without any argument. And this is where the flat earth comparison, in my view, might get uncomfortable, but fits well. Flat earth begins with a conclusion. The earth cannot be a globe. Evidence does not lead there. It gets filtered afterward. Data that fits that belief is accepted. Data that contradicts it is explained away. The belief is never wrong. It's just misunderstood. It's just, you don't get it. You don't get it. And in my experience, dogmatic atheism is identical. In my experience, the conclusion there is no God comes first, and everything else becomes interpretation. Everything else. And if you don't otherwise, you just don't get atheism.
Hold on a second.
The projection is strong with this man.
But also, yes, what he just said, like the last part of what he just said, I guess it's true. If you have a dogmatic atheist and they dogmatically engage with the subject, then by definition, they are not going to accept the evidence because you have stipulated they have dogma. Congratulations, you have created like your own worst enemy in your mind and then defeated him. Like, what are we doing here?
What is a dogmatic? Right, but what is a dogmatic atheist when we have no text or like bylaws or rules?
So the question will really be: Is he going? I mean, it goes back to it: the existence of bad actors or the existence of individuals who are not reasoning or who are being irrational in their conclusion. Sure, they exist on both sides. He himself has already acknowledged that they exist on both sides. Christians should not do it. which I think is him making an argument against blind faith, which is just directly antithetical to what the Bible says. But then he's saying that, so this is an epistemic framework that we need to have a consistent epistemic framework. I get what he's saying, but you are right, Karen. He's created a specific, he's pointing at a specific type of atheist, a specific individual.
Shadow puppet, yeah.
And said, that guy over there, that atheist right there. Now, if he thinks that atheist, that particular person represents all atheism, then that's just
or even a majority, because I mean, the vast majority of atheists used to be believers. Like,
right,
we didn't just wake up one day and we're like,
yeah, fuck God.
Yeah, exactly. I will not. I reject all of this for some nebulous concept of non-belief. Like, how do you establish a dogma based on not believing in a thing?
Here's some specific examples. Let's take fine-tuning.
Non-stamped collector.
It's the observation that the fundamental constants of physics appear to fall within an extraordinarily narrow range that allows life to exist.
As well as like a bunch of other stuff too. Like, what about protons? Are they fine-tuned for protons too? Galaxies, black holes, stars? Certain decay processes that would completely fucking change if you change the constants. The thing is that like nobody denies that if you change the fundamental constants of reality, it would look different. What the fuck does that matter?
It's undergirded by the idea. It's undergirded by the assumption that human beings that human beings as we exist right now are meant to exist.
Yeah,
that we're intended to exist. But if you remove it's the smuggling in of telos,
which seems like the opposite of true, because the universe is really big, and it seems like nearly all of it, including a lot of places on Earth, is just completely inhospitable to us.
It literally actively trying to kill us. Actively trying to kill us.
I've never gotten the part where it's like it's fine-tuned for humans. It really doesn't seem fine-tuned for humans.
No.
The random gamma ray bursts that are coursing through the universe that could one day strike our planet don't seem to have our survival in mind.
The fact that it's covered in water we can't drink.
Yeah.
Or breathe.
Oh, the fact that there are super volcanoes that are on this planet that could, I mean, that the last one that went off, the last one that erupted damn near wiped us out of existence. So seems to be somewhat problematic. And the fact that 1%, what is it? It is the vast majority of the water on the planet we can't drink. And the water that we can drink, the vast majority of it is locked up in the ice caps that we can't access. So great world.
Right.
Any life. You change them a little bit, you don't get a different kind of universe. You get no universe whatsoever capable of any kind of life at all.
Oh,
Carbon wouldn't.
Okay,
right. That's
how everything turns out, right? There's no other possible kind of way that physics could play out with different rules and still end up with life, because he knows all of that.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing. Now notice what happens in many.
Well, sorry. One other thing about this, theists love to use this argument, and they like to point to the tiny magnitude of the changes that are permissible. But the thing is that for nearly all the constants, except for one that is a ratio that people like to talk about, the actual total variance is like the absolute values are very small, but the numbers are super very small. That's like a scale choice we've made.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like percentage difference, they can vary. Most of them can vary by over 500%. That doesn't actually seem all that fine-tuned to me. It's just that the way we calculated it, we happen to choose very tiny magnitudes.
Also, there's a bunch of constants, and Stephen Meyer actually brought this up. There's a bunch of hair on me. Brought this up. I'm not just stroking it for no reason. That's why I mentioned that. I don't just sit here and stroke my mic. There's a bunch of cat hair on it. But Stephen Meyer actually brought this up in his discussion with Phil Hopper. Well, if you look at all the constants for the fundamental interactions, and they're so fine-tuned that they change. They changed. They're not constants. They don't call them constants. They used to be called coupling constants. That's not what they're called anymore because they're not fucking constant. We call them coupling strengths. And they can be written as functions where the strength of the coupling, the strength of the interaction can be written as functions of the energy scale. If you increase the energy scale, electromagnetism gets stronger. With strong interactions, strong nuclear force, I think it actually gets weaker, which is why you can end up with quark-gluon plasma at super high energies, where quarks are actually not bound in bound states and only found in bound states like they are if you were to look at the universe today. So no, like these, at least this set of constants are not constant, and that's why physicists don't call them constants anymore.
So lessness is here. It says, what's all this bullshit? Just doing a review, killing time doing a review of a silly theist video, but looking for believers to come up on stage to talk about what they believe and why. If this is your first time here, it's the first time I've seen you. So, but believers are more than welcome to come up and defend their God or defend their beliefs. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to those conferences. Haven't had one yet. Hopefully we'll get one. I know that some of the bigger channels are currently going right now, but maybe we'll get some when they end. Maybe we'll get some.
Fuck those guys, man. Also, I just want to clarify. Anybody that doubts what I just said, just Google running of the coupling. Like, this is so well known. Physicists gave it a fucking name.
Atheist discussion.
Oh, and D to the Dubs. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, and congratulations on being a new member.
In my always, the data is acknowledged, improbability is acknowledged, but the conclusion can't be allowed on the table. Instead, they start, well, it could be chance, it's possible, even though it's extremely improbable, ridiculous, or it had to have been that way, or let's make up hypothetical multiverses. The point is, those explanations aren't conclusions of science. They're not conclusions. They're metaphysical escape hatches.
No, the things that he was invoking are mathematically backed. So while they're not they're not concluded scientifically, like we haven't confirmed these things, but there's rational backing for them. So, but it still doesn't address atheism at all. He still hasn't addressed
God isn't the conclusion of science either. So what the fuck is his point?
Right, exactly. Like setting up the frame, like the whole title is just a category error. The Earth can be empirically confirmed. That like literally empirically confirmed to be a globe, and their epistemology is broken because they reject the evidence that empirically confirms that. God, by the lights of that worldview, cannot be empirically confirmed, which is why faith is necessary to that system. So, what is he talking about?
The existence of presuppositional apologetics completely,
then he presented
completely wipes out this
evidence.
entire argument. Like. Does he not, like, he doesn't see the mirror in front of him. It's very typical, honestly.
They exist to make the evidence.
Yeah, he just got the escape hatch backwards, by the way, because saying that things are fine-tuned first and then calling any other idea an escape hatch. No, it's like, apparently you think that yours gets the pass.
Mm-hmm.
No,
right.
It's not an escape hatch. It's called, you can't call it fine-tuning because you didn't do the work.
The point is, those explanations.
I don't even think that the world is finely tuned. That just think.
I don't think
fine tuning of the universe. Let's say the universe isn't finely tuned.
Do you agree, Leo? Do you agree with the notion that if the universe were fine tuned for anything, it would be black holes?
I don't know, because I don't think it is fine tuned for anything. I think the problem is that apologists don't know what physicists mean when physicists talk about fine-tuning. When a physicist talks about something being finely tuned, what they mean is we've got a theory and it works really well. But in order for it to work well, here's this parameter, and we have to put in this very precise value for this parameter in order for the theory to work. And we have no fucking clue why we have to put in this precise value. That is what fine-tuning means in physics. That is probably a result. So firstly, what that means is that it isn't the world that's finely tuned. It's our physical theories about the world that are finely tuned. And at that point, it's obvious who finally fucking tuned them. We did.
These are the same people that think DNA is a literal code.
Wait a second. Are you trying to tell me that we use math to describe the universe?
Right.
Goddamn right we do.
Whoa.
That got me. that got me into some hot water on the the stream last night. The descriptive nature of these, the descriptive nature of axiomatic languages.
Yeah.
Most people don't even know what axioms are, but that's a whole other discussion. It's just, oh God, if people could just take a course in model theory, that would be great.
Aren't conclusions of science? They're not conclusions. They're metaphysical escape hatches. They exist to make sure the evidence never goes past a material-only worldview.
Where else is it supposed to
Or
go?
take consciousness.
This is a complete straw man is what this is turning out to be.
We all experience first-person subjects. All of us do. We don't just process information. We are aware that we are aware. That's a very stubborn.
Are we
problem
aware
with
that we are
all
aware that we are aware?
Right.
And then that begs the question: if we're aware that we're aware that we're aware that we're aware.
Infinite regress detected.
Right.
It's awareness all the way down.
It's awareness all the way down, and it's all turtle shaped.
It's turtle shaped. Very turtle shaped. Very awkward turtle shaped.
Hey, GeoSam, good to see you.
My millennial
Fine.
babies will know
And
that.
again, notice the same kind of pattern by most atheists. Consciousness isn't denied. It can be, but it's redescribed. It becomes what the brain does, or an illusion produced by neurons.
That's never been described any differently than that by anybody that actually has any of even the remotest bit of expertise in the field of cognitive neuroscience. That is literally, there is no point in any serious, well-developed cognitive neuroscience where consciousness is not thoroughly understood as a fundamental process of brain structure and brain function. What do you mean redefine?
And how is an explanation for a thing like the wrong explanation? Like how is it?
And this super chat is for Leo. Nobody on fire for $5 says, I read a Metalogic book because Leo said everyone should, and I was instantly less dumb. Thanks, Leo.
Exactly.
Out here doing
It'd be
the
nice if the fucking pre-suppers would read anything, but if they read at all, they wouldn't be pre-suppers. So,
what book did you recommend?
I don't know if I recommended a book. If somebody wants to like dive, not like graduate level deep, but just a decent way into like set theory and logic, there's a book called Set Theory and Logic by Robert Stoll that is really fucking good. Otherwise, there's a lecture on like basic philosophical logic that anybody with a high school education can understand by Mark Thorsby on YouTube. If you just type in Mark Thorsby logic lectures, it's like a 24-part. That's also really, really good. If you have access to the great courses, there's a course called Fundamentals of Logic. That's really, really good. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there.
You overestimate high schools in the US.
Nobody on fire. Put in the live chat which one you read, because I'm curious. I've got it pulled up. By the way, if anybody's interested, Set Theory and Logic by Robert Stoll is available on the Internet Archive for free. So you'd be surprised. A lot of you out there, if you're interested in reading about any of this stuff, you'd be shocked as to how many of these books are actually free on the Internet Archive. And you don't have to just go there, create an account, and you can check out that book and you can read it at your leisure. And then when you're done, you check it back in, and you can check out something else. That's currently what I'm doing right now. And I'm the one that I'm currently reading is The New Skepticism by Paul Kurtz. So that's the one I'm currently invested in right now. So, and I will put this on my list as well. Set Theory and Logic by Robert Stoll. Let's see. Did Tony Regime says, JL, if science only interested the material if science is only interested in the material world, why is so much of science about light? And I don't see. Hopefully, nobody will put that title in there. Let me see here. Oh, no problem, Kieran. I saw that Kieran popped out because his dog needed a walk. Cool.
Calling consciousness an illusion doesn't explain it.
We don't call it an illusion.
Well, the thing is that like eliminativists about consciousness aren't trying to explain the thing they like. I don't it's like when I say, well, I think the universe just brutally exists. Whoa, but that doesn't explain it. It's not trying to be an explanation. It's saying there fucking isn't one. I don't. Oh God, reading comprehension would be great if people had it.
Indeed. I find every time that I have a conversation about abiogenesis with these people, they haven't read any of the science, so they don't understand that like forming a current cell, like as it is not, has not, and is not, probably will not be the goal of the scientific field of abiogenesis, which they confuse or purposefully don't learn about with evolution and astrophysics all at the same time.
I got to give it to Chris. Says, Jail, this guy's giving me an epistomach ache. I like that. Thank you. And Nobody on Fire says, Metalogic, an introduction to the meta theory of standard first order logic by Jeffrey Hunter. I picked it at random due to reviews or something. So, Metalogic, an introduction to the meta theory. That should be enough. Metalogic, an introduction to the meta theory of standard first order logic by Jeffrey Hunter.
Oh, and it's got, we got a little PDF here. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh.
Awesome. Got it. Thank you, Nobody on
Wait,
Fire.
is this the right
Appreciate
one?
that.
No, that's not the right one. Where the fuck am I at?
All right. Let's see where this guy's going with this.
Is this the one? Yes.
Experience someone is having. The explanation functions as a label. It's not an account of explaining anything. Yet the conclusion, nothing non-material exists, remains untouched. Take morality.
But that's not. Oh god, dude, I'm so fucking sick and tired of apologists. They're the only ones that do this. Nobody calls it materialism. Nobody. That's not a thing anymore. And when it is referred to that, they will tell you. And by materialism, I just mean physicalism, or I just mean naturalism, because in the contemporary literature, those are the terms that are being used for obvious reasons. Like materialism, they stopped using materialism back in like the 80s.
How do you use magic to do science is what I want to know.
That's
Like-
yeah, I would love to know the answer to that.
You
one.
know, like alchemy used to be a thing, right? Like we did that already, moved past it, like didn't work. So
Well, to be
So
fair,
I looked up.
in a particle accelerator, we can turn lead into gold on the daily.
Earthers and atheists are big.
kind of badass. Actually.
Why flat earthers and atheists are basically the same. I got to find this video so I can tag it.
Ah.
Dr. David Pendergrass.
I looked at this book that nobody told us about, and like the first chapter is on model theory. So this must be a really good book.
Dr. David.
The doctor.
And that's him. And I'm going to, sorry, I'm doing a quick tag just to make sure it's in the description. And I am done. Cool. Just want to make sure that I tag this in there.
People experience moral obligation as binding. I mean, almost every human in the world does. Not just preferences, but things we ought to do, even when we don't want to do them.
But that's what
Those are
preferences that's what the fucking preference is.
What the fuck?
That's been totally stance dependent, you numpty. You fucking donut. That is
This is
entirely how can you say it's stance independent and then invoke a goddamn stance? What just gonna in the same sentence?
No, this is he an actual pre-supper? I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
This really
but,
looks like an entire situation where this man has gone his whole, 40 some long years and not recognized the argument for which he now makes in himself. Like the lack of introspection in these people is truly mind-numbing. It's just
and Jay,
wild.
unfortunately, no theists have come onto the panel yet, which is why we're doing another video. So
Yeah,
many
no,
atheist
note,
accounts.
by the way,
morality-
the whole minute he spent on consciousness, because that's a really in-depth piece of commentary.
oh yeah.
gets reduced to evolutionary conditioning, social contracts. But notice what happens.
I love that. I have to point out the tone of his voice
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
when he's addressing these things. Like just like, oh, it's this is all just the way he's
evolutionary conditioning.
The way he delivers the actual reason for things happening with such degree of dismissal makes me feel like he has no idea what any of these things actually are.
He's not just casually dismissing evidence like he's claiming we're doing, right?
Right.
Like in the entire field of neuroscience.
You okay, Leo? Need to get some water?
Oh, I've got water right here, but
Aneurysm.
whole half gallon of it.
Stay hydrated. Was it
Hell yeah.
Half Baked? I've never been so thirsty in my entire life.
I haven't seen that movie in
Here.
years.
We still
It's been a
talk
while
about
since I've seen that one.
injustice as real. We still condemn atrocities as genuinely wrong. The language of obligation remains even when the
Genuinely
worldview
wrong
has
as
no place.
opposed to what
Number
other
31.
kind of wrong? Like this is
Technically
bullshit.
wrong.
This is the William Lane Craig defense of objective morality in God. Is well, I just can't believe that somebody wouldn't think that rape is really wrong, and it's like, well, really wrong as opposed to what other kind of wrong? If something's wrong, then it's wrong. What is the difference between rape being wrong and being really wrong? It's just.
Does it only give you the ick? Is that
Is it like the difference between vicious circularity and virtuous circularity?
You know what's funny is I don't hear a lot of professional philosophers make that distinction. I'm not going to say it's not a legitimate one. I don't really see it in the literature. Maybe I just
the theists tend to make that there's a differentiated distinction
a lot
between
of presuppers too.
Yeah, vicious
Because
circularity.
they try to say that they're the premise one of tag, depending on the conclusion. What's virtuous circularity? It's not.
It's not a fallacy. I do it.
What was it? The analogy I heard is the difference
That's
between
Darth. That's a Darthism.
the difference between virtuous circularity and vicious circularity is virtuous circularity is I really like doing meth. So I work a good job so I can make lots of money so I can buy more meth. Whereas vicious circularity is I really fucking love doing meth. So I work a good job so I can make lots of money so I can buy more meth. So it's pretty much the difference.
Place for it. The
Are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
belief is preserved by borrowing
choking
moral
on the
capital
audacity.
from a framework it denies. This is why certain atheist statements are so revealing to me. For example, Richard Dawkins, he once wrote that the universe we observe, as everyone knows, has no design, no purpose, no evil,
God!
no good.
If I hear this stupid fucking quote from this dumb fucking trans bigot one more goddamn time, I'm gonna PK the fuck out of everybody that says it in RuneScape.
I knew that was going to set him off.
That man said,
I am so fucking sick of hearing that stupid fucking quote from that stupid fucking. He's an old British dude. I don't give a fuck what he said. I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter, and it's not an argument. Jesus
we unfortunately we don't
Christ.
have Krakatoni, but we do have. I'm trying to find a volcano for you. What's a
Right.
good one?
I don't know.
Tobophilius.
Leo roars.
Leo
Lion
Roy.
roars.
Leo's
roars.
Leo's charging his laser.
Oh fuck!
Gary Sand, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Every time I hear you
blind.
say his name, I feel like you're trying to be an Asian. Gary-san.
Gary San.
Welcome to the
What were those two letters you said you would do to the next any person who uses
PK.
PK in RuneScape. PKing is player killing. It's when you kill other players
okay.
in the game because it's fun to watch noobs die and lose other stuff.
Okay, PK. I remember that as TK, but way back in the much older days. Team kill. Yeah.
pitiless indifference. That line gets quoted often because it sounds scientific, but it is not.
No, it's quoted often only by. I've never heard an atheist quote it.
I've never referenced it.
fucking heard an atheist quote that. It's always theists. Oh.
I'm waiting to find out actually how it's wrong. Technically, he draws.
I mean, technically, it's not incorrect. I'm just tired of hearing it.
Yeah, I get that. I just want to see what he's going to do with it, though, because
I'm waiting to see where he's
the
going to
law?
go because he's still talking about atheists as though they are doing the same, making the same epistemic mistakes that flat earthers make. He has not addressed how the categories are equivalent. The category of Earth, of like the shape of the Earth, and like the natural science that determines the shape of the Earth is equivalent with the God category. So he hasn't drawn that. He hasn't made that bridge yet, which is a weird underlying position. This is all. What the fuck? This guy, he's a doctor.
I just found it, by the way. because the corollary that he tried drawing with there was the idea that apparently those who don't believe are the ones dismissing everything to support their views. Please note, he has not actually presented anything. He would have had to have done that. For us to be ignoring it, he'd have to be providing it. He has provided zero.
And he's like openly dismissing any like counter argument. Just like, so he's saying this is fucking terrible.
This is this is a pure inversion. He's dismissing ours and providing zero. He's doing the exact opposite.
Don't detect indifference.
Leo Suvius.
I mean,
Leo
that could
Suvius.
work.
I think that tagline. We need all the cool ones. Cool kids need a tagline.
And otherwise, it's Vesuphilius, but I think that's too much of a tongue twister. I think Leo Suvius is good. Leo Suvius is going to go off. And thank you, Tony Regime. You inspired that.
And it's not going to be my eruption that kills you. It will be my pyroclastic flow.
Oh, no.
My flow, man. Everybody knows my flow.
That's
is
what my
deadly.
wife.
It's hot. My flow is hot and deadly. Okay.
That's what my wife calls it.
We're getting really dangerously close to Leo Power. Okay. All I'm saying. Stop talking about your flow.
Oh my. We just went.
And you're right. It always does come back to that.
It comes out at 1200 degrees. It comes out at 1200 degrees centigrade at 700 miles an hour.
You goddamn right.
Right in the eye.
Even the trees didn't stand a chance.
Burn that
Boom,
bush,
right the
man.
fuck
You
down.
burning up that bush.
Goddamn right I am.
Where'd you get these third-degree burns? Well,
that's a long story.
I actually, that is an actual story on my blog, actually. So,
Particle
shameless
accelerators
plug.
don't measure purpose.
Ankylosaur.com.
That statement is not science speaking.
That's
It's a
because
philosophical-
wait, I gotta go back.
Isn't an empirical.
I gotta hear what this. I gotta hear what he said again.
Particle accelerators don't measure purpose.
Can I punch him in the face now?
Please.
This guy's gonna give Leo a fucking aneurysm.
I want to slap the rosacea right off of him. I mean, I just like, yikes.
This
I'm
fucking
just saying.
smugness.
Yeah.
So axiology is in philosophy like the study of like the value of things. There is a hypothetical particle called an axion. I mean, obviously that has nothing to do with value, but a funny little joke. The reason
That
particle
statement-
accelerators don't measure purpose is because purpose is normative, not fucking empirical.
That's not science speaking.
I got a quick question. How much time is left on his video?
The 7:14, so about 10 minutes.
He sounds like he's on a speed run, like he's trying to like blurt it all out in one quick shot. He's picking up speed right now. I had
It's
to
a
wonder.
philosophical interpretation layered on top of scientific data. And it's stupid. It's metaphysics. Alex Rosenberg is another guy. He pushes naturalism to its logical conclusion. Rosenberg says that if atheistic naturalism is true, then there's no ultimate
No, sorry.
habits, but it is not.
Atheistic naturalism? Really?
It's a philosophical interpretation layered on top of scientific data. And it's stupid. It's metaphysics.
Well, that's just dumb.
Alex Rosenberg is another guy. He pushes naturalism to its logical conclusion. Rosenberg says that if atheistic naturalism is true, then there's no ultimate meaning, no moral facts, and no free will. Now,
I agree with everything except the last one. I mean, yeah,
But
purpose
ultimately
is something
that-
we create for ourselves.
Yeah, there's no overarching metaphysical purpose, but we can create it for ourselves. But the thing being is that there's no problem with those things being the case. He's arguing against it because he doesn't like that he hasn't eliminated the logical possibility of it. And so, but he doesn't like what is potentially entailed by those things. This is not an art. So this isn't even an argument against these things. He's just saying like these things are not good, which is just apologetic nonsense.
Whether you agree with them or you don't, that's at least honest. He recognizes that a totalizing material explanation explains everything, including why nothing ultimately matters. The system works precisely because it explains away whatever doesn't fit. But a worldview that explains everything in advance isn't open to discovery. It's sealed. It's closed-minded. The totalizing nature is one of the strongest parallels with flat Earth thinking. Flat Earth explains everything.
This is only if the atheist in question is making the same epistemic mistakes or making the same mistakes in reasoning that the theist is doing. If the atheist like begs the question at the core of their worldview, then obviously this is going to be problematic. But this is not addressing those atheists that don't do that. So I agree that he's pointing out how the flawed reasoning can result in how it can result in a conclusion that is not justified. Which is, I've addressed that myself. I've I've heard Leo do it. I've heard Andrew do it. I've heard Earl do it. I've heard Jay do it. I've heard virtually everybody, Tony do it. We talk about that the mistakes can be made on both sides, but this is not an actual addressing of atheism in and of itself. And I don't like that this is all kind of like undergirded by a fallacy of composition, that they're all that the existence of bad actors, entails that the entire thing is fallacious and fucked up. So
MAGA does all the time.
Contrary evidence doesn't threaten it, right? It just confirms it. If NASA says something, that just proves the conspiracy is bigger than we thought. The system is just airtight. Dogmatic naturalism functions oftentimes the exact same way. Evidence never counts against it. It just gets reassigned. Meanings, illusion, rationality.
What evidence is there that could possibly do what he's saying?
Zero. This is what he's offered.
He hasn't offered anything, so
it's just survival-driven pattern recognition. Our own confidence in reason itself becomes something we're told not to trust, except, of course, when it leads us to naturalism. That reason we can trust, not everything else. See how stupid that is? Skepticism is never applied evenly. It's strategic. And of course, ancient historical testimony, when it involves miracles, is immediately dismissed out of hand.
Because we cannot confirm that they took place, and we acknowledge that a claim is being made, but that doesn't logically entail that the event actually took place. This holds for all.
The definition of the word miracle.
This holds for all faiths. The miracles in Islam are rejected for the exact same reasons they are rejected in Christianity, the same with Buddhism and any other one or any other where miracles are reported to take place. There is a claim being made, and just like this guy, if he is a Christian, which he has rediscovered Jesus on his bookshelf, on his sweaty bookshelf. So literally saying that as a Christian, we are rejecting these things. He rejects the miracles in other faiths, and especially antithetical faiths, the faiths that are antithetical to his worldview. He rejects those for the exact same reason. Okay, so what
It's not weighed. It's not assessed. It's ruled out. That's not how history works. Historians deal in probabilities, testimony, corroboration, context. They don't get to say this kind of thing never happens and call it analysis. That's just philosophy smuggled into historiography.
Right, but we don't say that. We don't like this assumes that the claims that are being made are historical in nature. He is he's essentially looking at the claims in the book, especially the ones that are claiming supernatural events like miracles or resurrection or whatever like this. He is conflating the historical claims within the book with the theological claims in the book, which is an important distinction to make. There are historical claims and there are theological claims, ones that cannot be confirmed. And just because they were written down by someone in the past does not make them historical. You could count it as a historical accounting of what people believed then, but it doesn't confirm that the event. It'd be like any Greek historian writing about the cult of Dionysus. That doesn't confirm that Dionysus existed, okay, or that the shit that they did with, or the magic shit that went on was real. it's just an historical accounting of what was being made at the time, of what claim was being made at the time. This does not logically entail truth about, or entail any kind of truth regarding the proposition or the claims themselves. So I still, he's. I'm just gonna.
Bart Ehrman does this all the time. It's
Bart Ehrman.
silly.
You guys know who Bart Ehrman is? You ever heard of Bart Ehrman?
He retired recently.
And it reminds me of flat earthers because that's how they do that. They're radically skeptical.
Wait, hold up. Did you just call Bart Ehrman a retard?
I said he retired.
Oh, okay.
He works like 30 minutes from me.
Oh, interesting. That's cool.
Cool.
Of centuries
Yeah,
of
what is it, like?
astronomy.
Something
UNC.
Chapel, something
Chapel
University.
Hill.
Yeah, something Chapel Hill. I don't. University of.
It's University of North Carolina at Chapel
North
Hill.
Carolina. There we
UNC is a system of universities in North Carolina because unlike our southern brethren, we're civilized up here. And
so it's like the State University of New York system. How there's like a bunch of different universities in the system.
Yes,
like the University
there's a
at
UNC,
Buffalo and.
Yeah, there's a UNC Wilmington. There's a UNC. They're all over the place. There's like.
Are you going to one of these universities?
Babe, I'm old.
So?
I mean, I go there and I work because UNC Chapel Hill actually has a world-renowned dental school. And so there are lots and lots of dentists that work in this area. But their dental hygiene program is garbage.
Hey, Jay Vers, good to see you.
But no, I do not do well in structured learning environments.
That reminds me of flat earthers because that's how they do that. They're radically skeptical of centuries of astronomy, but they deeply trust fringe experiments that tell them what they already believe. And dogmatic atheism shows the
Well,
same
but
pattern.
the funny thing is that almost none of those experiments that flat earthers cite say what the flat earthers say that they
Right.
say. The Michelson Morley was one of my favorites.
Leo.
Oh, it showed that the Earth isn't moving.
Can
Through an
you-
ether. It
Okay,
showed
wait,
that the Earth isn't moving through an ether.
the light's not coming. The light's not coming through. Go ahead and lift it up a little bit higher.
What's going on?
And the documentary when Jeranism was doing his experiment in the laser. It's like, do you see the light? No, the light's not coming through. Go ahead and lift it up a bit higher over your head, and then the light appears. And then
It's also like
Jeranism,
behind the curve.
Yeah,
with the
behind the
ring,
curve, that
with the
was it,
ring
yeah.
laser gyroscope, and then they're like, "Oh shit, it must be broken." And then they paid like thousands of dollars to have it recalibrated, and it gave them the same result. And
the
they're like,
exact same
"Oh,
result.
but see, we've got all this other evidence. We don't need that. What the fuck does that mean?"
Just I love how it ended on that.
Oh my god.
Interesting. Credits.
Huh. Interesting. And then it's just the Curb Your Enthusiasm directed by Robert B. White.
Dun 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 dun.
Skeptical skepticism toward anything that might point toward materialism, as we've talked about, combined with uncritical acceptance of interpretations that reinforce it. I hear that all the time on YouTube videos of biblical text. Anybody who agrees with them, they love it. It's so persuasive. Ask a flat earther what evidence would change his mind. The honest answer usually is none of them. Anything they say is going to be absorbed
It's funny
into their
because all
system.
flat earthers have the same generic response to that. I would change my mind if I got testable, repeatable experiments that I can do. It's just like, yeah, you've got all that. You just are dumb.
It's at a point where some of them, you could literally take them up in a shuttle and kick them out of fucking airlock, and they still wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I
Not
would
the open
love
door policy
for-
we're hoping for.
Yeah, I want Bezos to put them all in his
his dick rocket?
Yes, in his very penis.
You know what? Bezos can put all the
rocket
flat
and
earthers
send them all
in
over.
his dick rocket, and then Bezos can go ahead and also get in that dick rocket and then launch it into the fucking sun.
Sounds good to me.
And just tie Elon Musk to the outside of it.
Right.
Spam goes here. Remember, Jeranism says that BTC edited his footage dishonestly. This is actually interesting because we know that Jeranism left Flat Earth after, as it was pointed out, after the final experiment. Thank you, Jinju. See, at least he was honest enough to leave Flat Earth after the TFE, unlike, Witless.
Yeah.
I would love to hear Jaren's thoughts on BTC now that he's in the position that he is.
Mm-hmm.
Like going back and looking at it, it's like now he recognizes that he was wrong and he's confirmed it. And so he recognizes the shape of the earth. Going back and looking at BTC, what his opinion of it is now, if it has changed. I'm kind of curious about that. That is a conversation I would like to hear.
I still feel like the final experiment thing was Will, like, graciously saying, look guys, you've been doing this a long time, okay, let me give you an out. All right, you want out? I can get you out. I'm serious. I think that's what it was. I think that's why Jeranism stopped doing it then, because it was at some point you're probably gonna get fucking sick and tired of it. And I think Jaren got sick and tired of it and saw that as an out and was like, oh, I can get out. I can use this and just kind of.
What's wild to me is that he's a young Earth creationist.
Mm-hmm. That's the
Ken Hovind does the same thing. He is like super against flat earthers, but he himself like engages.
I
in the
still
solution
want
all
to
the
see
time.
a debate between Kent Hovind and Nathan Thompson on the shape of the Earth. I have wanted to see that since I first heard it suggested by, I think it was Red's Rhetoric, way the fuck back on the Non Sequitur show. He's like, we should get Nathan Thompson, because it was a Nathan Thompson debate. I don't know if he was debating Reds, but I know Reds was like there, obviously. Reds is like, we should get Nathan to debate Kent Hovind on the shape of
Yikes. Kent Hovind needs to dissolve into obscurity.
And if we look in the Bible here, okay, and it says how God made the earth, right? Okay, and it's just imagine.
I mean,
you got to remember how he pronounces it. Water.
Water.
Yeah,
I mean, the only reason that he is like his name is known at all is really because of atheists. Like if they would have just ignored his puckered ass who beats his wife and other things, he would have just never been known. But
Spam says he's spoken about it. I'll try and find the footage of the conversation posted to the Discord. I'd love to be able to see that. And Jeranism is an atheist. He says he got into flirt-dom because he'd been lied to by religion too long, and that pushed him into skepticism about science also. But Will is a young Earth creationist, or was. I currently don't know Will's position on this, given the conversations he's having with Guts at Gibbon right now. I haven't been following.
You can't downplay that. They're not conversations. She is
TG.
free and graciously out of her time, and she's got to be busier than fucking God. Is imparting to him at the very least a fucking community college understanding of basic biology and paleontology.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, absolutely.
She
is doing the Lord's work.
And thank you, Tony.
Or she might just be God. I don't know.
I'm okay with this.
Tony Regime sent me Off the Curb Ministries. This is so cringe, your butt will clamp itself to your chair. I'm gonna have to check it out. You sent me the link to the channel. I'm the Off the Curb Ministries. Okay, I'll have to check that out. See if there's any good content there.
I do not like pulling up the couch.
Now ask a committed atheist the same question. What evidence will convince you that you're wrong?
Good evidence.
Good evidence.
I mean, I don't know. Good evidence. Sufficient. It is going to be sufficient. I need something that is expected given the truth of theism, highly expected given the truth of theism, such that if it obtains, significantly raises the probability of theism, and then I need you to show me that thing obtains.
So that would work. So that would work for you, Leo. The way I articulate it is that if we're depending upon what God concept we're talking about, if we're talking about just like a creating entity or some like entity that does the thing. I would think that, like, the way I always put it, and you could push back on this if this isn't good enough, but what I always say is the best evidence to lean me in the direction of that line of inquiry for me would be if you could take the God information, all the information surrounding the God entity, and you could input that into any explanatory and predictive model that we currently use, and it generated better and more accurate predictions about reality than the ones that we currently utilize. that are predicated upon our understanding of the natural world. If that data gave us better insights into the universe, into reality, about what is true about reality, that at least would open the door to a line of inquiry towards something that you could ostensibly call a god. It wouldn't confirm any specific god. It wouldn't confirm like the Christian God, but it would at least open the door to that line of inquiry to start asking questions. Okay, we've identified that there is something that is actively doing this. We need to start working down that line of inquiry to figure out what exactly it is and what its mechanistic relationship to everything else is. I think that would work. A predictive
all
model.
of it is so complicated. I have asked for a penis. I do not have a penis. God does not exist.
Why do you
End
want
of
penis?
discussion.
Do you really want one of
Because
those?
I'm jealous. Because I'm jealous.
Jealous of what?
I got to get pushed back on that, JL.
The power.
Okay.
See, you're
the power to miss the toilet when you wake up in the middle of the night.
To piss in like two different directions at the same time. It's
You're
not.
groggy, and you hear it start, like you feel it start coming out, but you don't hear the sounds in the toilet, and you're like, "What the fuck is this going?"
I'm gonna go full
Everywhere?
I wanted its essence, right? I want the essences. I want the penis essence. I do not have it.
What you got, Andrew?
Yeah, actually, your entire proposal was trying to explain the thing that looks natural via the supernatural. Meanwhile, the supernatural is supposed to be the exception to the rule. So
Well, no, I'm not including the supernatural in that. I'm
You're
not saying
afraid-
that it is supernatural. That if it does exist and it is concrete, meaning it stands in causal relation to shit, then even if it exists in a state that we don't have access to, we don't even have a mechanism to even open the door to like look in the direction of its possible its potential or probable existence. The logical possibility doesn't denote anything about the probable existence. We need to at least open the door to the probability. And if it does stand in causal relation, then there is a mechanism that we could follow that would at least lead us in that direction. I'm not saying that it would confirm like any specific God exists, but that additional data would at least open the door to like tracing the mechanistic relationship back to a thing. We don't even have that.
I wouldn't expect it at this point. See, that's the thing is like supernatural is interventional, not continuous interaction. So your testing wouldn't work with the regular things we observe. We wouldn't expect it to, because it's implied that it's an intervention. So therefore, regular, standard operating procedure is the regular. So we won't see it there. You need an
Yeah, we'd have to go after miracles. We'd have to go after purported miracles. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and that's what I was describing when I ran down the same thing with Jim Bob, when I was responding to Jim Bob's content. If there was a way, because if they believe that God exists and that God interacts with the natural world in some way, typically they call these interactions miracles. Now, if the God exists as a causal agent, as a thing that stands in causal relation to other shit, there is a mechanistic connection between the cause and the effect. The effect is the miracle, the cause is the God. Now, the miracle is happening here. If we were able to take like the God data and be able to analyze these things, we could develop some form of predictive model that would allow us to at least start asking questions in that direction, but we can't even do that. And every single miracle that we do have access to that we're able to like completely analyze, they always fall apart. That's a 100% like historical guarantee in the ones today, which is why you don't hear in today's media about miracles popping up and they can't be explained. It doesn't happen because every time something pops up, it's either like the church like grabs it and they won't allow access to it, or the minute we do get access to it, it completely falls on its face. So if we had the ability to do that, unfortunately, the church stands in our way. But I think a predictive model would be good evidence to start looking in that direction for as a probabilistic, as a probable explanation, not like confirming any particular thing. But that would work for me, at least because now we can start asking questions,
Yeah, I got a framework for that, but I want to see how long he even lasts on this particular point. I'm willing to let him run.
Often, in my experience, the answer is identical. No, a miracle would count. No historical event will qualify. No philosophical.
Well, of course,
argument
miracles
matters
don't count.
at all.
Miracles don't happen. We know that miracles don't happen. Miracles don't happen for the same reason there aren't particles to go faster than the speed of light, or there aren't lumps of gold the size of the solar system.
And historical accounts of miracles also don't work. So, because he went to miracles, then he went to historical things, but the historical account of miracles doubly suffers because now you just have a claim about something that happened in the past that can't be confirmed. It's like, come on, dude, what are you doing?
I mean, I don't even talk about historical cases for miracles because they're just drastically overdetermined by the them not occurring is overdetermined by the gnomic impossibility of miracles.
Point, the position is no longer held because of evidence. I mean, just own it. It's being protected from evidence.
But these things don't qualify. These things don't qualify as evidence the way he thinks they do, is the problem. And a lot of the things he's bringing up require a number of assumptions to be made that can't be demonstrated to be the case for the things that he's pointing at to, in fact, be evidence. So problems abound. Like, he has not thought this out at all.
He never laid out a criterion or criteria for what he considers evidence to be.
Right. Andrew pointed out he's presented zero. He hasn't actually presented anything. He's just like, they just dismiss it. And then stupid. And I'm gonna dismiss all the things that they say in response. He's defeating arguments that haven't been made.
I like how the one atheist who was unusually honest about this was Thomas Nagel. Nagel admitted that he wants atheism to be true, and this desire makes him uneasy. I love that candor, but it does reveal something very important. Once desire sets the boundaries of acceptable conclusions, well, inquiry is already over.
Yeah, but my favorite theist, Francis S. Collins, says that logic and reason will never get you to a god. That requires a legitimate leap of faith, and he recognizes the irrationality of that. So, checkmate.
Evidence can move around inside the box, but it can't escape it. And this brings us back to epistemology, how we know what we know. A healthy epistemology allows for risk. It allows the possibility of being wrong.
Well, then I've got news for you, buddy. Almost every practicing epistemologist is a fucking fallibilist. So we can check that one right off the list there, can't we?
Flat Earth belief does.
I like how he labeled it.
Also, most epistemologists.
I love how he labeled it as healthy. I love how he labeled it as healthy, like a healthy epistemology instead of a consistent epistemology. So,
you know what I really hate hearing, and you get this. I know you've heard this, JL. I don't know if Earl or Andrew's heard this. I'm sure they probably have. Is when the pre-suppers say theonomous versus autonomous epistemology. I love it when they say that because I immediately I just go, what are those? Those aren't terms. And I'll like, I just Googled it. These are not terms used in epistemology. Like, what the fuck do these words mean? Because they're not. Those are not technical terms. Those are not terms you will find in any literature on epistemology.
Doesn't allow that. Certain forms of atheism don't either. To be fair, many atheists recognize this problem.
Oh, hang on a sec. Somebody pointed something out.
Wrong. Flat Earth belief doesn't allow that. Certain forms of atheism, how we know what we know. A healthy epistemology allows for risk.
And he spelled epistemology correctly there.
It allows the possibility of being wrong. Flat Earth belief doesn't allow that. Certain forms of atheism don't either. To be fair, many atheists recognize this problem. Some do. Some explicitly distinguish between methodological naturalism, that is, the practice of doing science without invoking God, and metaphysical naturalism. That's the claim that God does not exist. All that exists is matter and energy. The problem arises when that distinction quietly disappears and a method becomes a worldview without arguing for it. And that's what I see all the time. At that point, atheism stops being a conclusion of inquiry and it's just a starting assumption.
I want to know what atheist. I really want to know what atheist he's talking to.
He's oversold.
This is shadow puppets. These people do not exist.
He's actually right, but not in a negative way, because he mentioned about it becoming a worldview. Technically, it is a worldview. The problem is that it's tentative. It is held as a worldview up until such time, because they're declaring that it's not held dogmatically. And he just has to do his work. But that ain't coming.
And neither am I.
And once that happens, it functions exactly like any other closed belief system. Now, none of this proves God exists. Of course not. That's not what this argument is doing, or this video. I'm not doing that at all.
No.
Why?
Believe me, we know.
Why the fuck are you addressing atheism? You
Please tell us all the evidence we're ignoring. Wait,
fuck.
What it does show is that atheism is not automatically the position of the open-minded person.
Just the
And it's not
emptiness
the case
of
that
my
religion
soul.
is automatically the position of blind faith. Both can become dogmatic. Both can become immune to correction. Both can start defending conclusions rather than following evidence. Absolutely. The real dividing line isn't belief versus disbelief. It's humility versus dogmatism.
Oh, for
It's the
fuck's
difference.
sake.
Sorry, the lack of self-awareness is just
Right.
hilarious.
For fuck's
The lack
sake,
of self-awareness.
I have made this argument for years.
Between
Nobody
saying,
listens to me.
I'm following the evidence wherever it leads, and saying, I already know where it can't lead. So here's the question that matters more probably than
I
any
mean,
debate tactic.
it is true that we can at least in principle rule out certain conclusions. Like, for instance, I can say that I know there are no married bachelors.
Analytic truth, okay.
Or soundbite that I can give you. What would it take for you to be wrong? Not hypothetically, not rhetorically. What evidence, what experience, what argument would actually count? If the honest
One
answer
that
is, well,
shows
then
that something that I believe is false, and therefore I'm wrong on that.
Right.
I
Nobody
got
on
the
fire.
answer.
Thank you for the $2 super chat. The richness of this irony is going to make me puke.
Keep richness in mind because I got an analogy for this when we're done. I'm hoping we're close to done with this guy.
Oh,
Right.
the irony. It's too much.
nothing.
Irony's
brain
only
cells-
got a few wrinkles in his shirt.
Issue
My
isn't
brain cells are actively committing seppuku with this.
science, it's not faith, it's not religion, it's not God or your parents, not skepticism. The issue is that the conclusion has already been chosen. And like the flat earth, means you got to defend it at all costs.
Thank you so much for watching.
That was it. And,
Look at where you paused it. Look at his face.
and he spends the next 4 minutes doing whatever plugs he's doing. So this video was actually only 13 minutes long.
He really needs to invest in a.
Hey, you guys should go check out my
Better green screen.
sweet ass supplement website.
Well, I was gonna say maybe a dance class. His posture is awful.
No, we can remove that one.
We got to preface that by looking at his credentials. It sort of reminds me of like my mother looking at, going to let's just say a more wealthy part of town for garage sales, hoping that there would be better crap. No, it's just more. They just have more.
All right. Well, that was I can't even remember his name off the top of my head now.
Dr.
David
Pennygrass or something like that.
Dr. Pendergrass.
Pendergrass. There we go.
David
Pendergrass.
Pendergrass, and a really, really terrible. I'm just going to go at the start. There were lots of problems throughout the entire thing, but if Dr. Penis Sass ever watches this, the big huge error that you made was taking a position like the flat earth thing and the atheist thing. Is that flat earth is concerned with like something that can be empirically, like the state of the earth can be empirically confirmed. You equating the two implies that the God that you believe in can be empirically confirmed. That's the first major error. So the two are not even analogous to one another because it's two completely different categories. So that's the first thing. The second thing is addressing the reasoning behind this thing, like why belief. You didn't address any of the stuff that we actually bring up. You went to science a lot, and then you went to things that you don't like, or whatever. But things like the argument from divine hiddenness or the law, because you didn't present a specific God for us to address. It's implied it's the Christian God because you have that stupid fucking Jesus book sitting behind you, but you didn't offer anything to actually you didn't bring anything to the table. What you did was a critique of bad faith actors, which I do myself all the time, but you didn't actually knock anything down. It was all ultimately like appeal to consequences fallacy and, you know,
Atheists are stupid, bro.
and an indictment of bad epistemology.
Big dumb atheists.
Yeah. So if you want to actually critique atheism, you need to actually understand what atheism is and what it entails instead of assuming a bunch of shit. Because I'm either all the atheists he's talked to are bad. They're like, you know, like children that just have no like philosophical, you know, understanding of these things, or he's just a straight up liar. So I'll give it that. So
these people do not exist.
This guy's a party. Hey, everybody, this guy is a big fat party.
So Dr. David Poopy Fass, you know, we're good. So, you know,
get fucked.
Nice try. Get wrecked, nerd.
Get wrecked.
Folded like a chair, caught with your pants down.
Andrew knows it. Get wrecked, nerd. Fucking absolutely fucking dominated. All right. Now I appreciate everybody hanging out live, the live chat while we were reviewing those. I've tagged them in the description of the video, so who knows, maybe it'll elicit a response to us breaking it down. But of course, we're still looking for any believers who may want to come up on the stage and talk with us about what they believe and why. Done 2 reviews so far. Haven't had a single theist come up. Leo, Leo, is it bad when I'm kind of hoping that like Grace comes by?
No, I mean, I don't think so.
We've had some decent conversations here. So I'm hoping actually the guy that was on the stream with me, Untrackable, when he was on the stream with me last night, he goes by Untrackable. He said he was going to come by and you know, kick my ass on this stream. I invited.
Why is it always the ones that scream the loudest in the chat and everything, or on other streams about how they could destroy you? They totally wreck you, bro. They bend you over and give you back shots, and then they never are the ones that never fucking do.
Chickens. Keyboard warriors will always be keyboard warriors.
Chat rats, dirty little chat rats.
Yep.
Running along the little crevices of the chat.
As long as the internet has existed.
I was kind of hoping he would come by because I wanted to see him actually, like, you know, step up and bring the goods.
Right. Put his money where his mouth is.
Anyway, folks, I'm gonna peace out. I'm gonna Audi 5,000, maybe even 6,000. I'm not sure. We might even go 7,000 tonight. Who knows?
I love you. But I love you 3,000.
4,000.
And I'm at what 9,000?
Yeah, I love you, Leo. E to the I theta. Okay, what about that, motherfucker? What now? Okay.
I appreciate it, Leo. Thanks so much for popping up and helping with the idiocy in that one. That was a good one.
Hey, no problem. No problem at all.
All right.
Alrighty, I'm out of here. You guys take it easy.
Take it easy, bud.
Bye.
All right. Hopefully, Nobody on Fire says, I talked to Grace for like 4 hours and she just tried to psychologize me and tell me I was running from God because of my upbringing. Yeah.
She does.
Yeah, that's fairly weak. But I was hoping to have a conversation. Let me pop over to Discord and see if anybody has. I see that nobody has responded to anything that I've put up. I haven't hooked anyone from the Discord.
Welcome to my world.
How sad. I see the 24/7 Flat Earth room is back.
Oh boy, because that was necessary.
Doesn't that require rebranding at this point?
Probably.
You would think, especially since 24/7 can't exist on a flat Earth.
Well, since it was gone, isn't it more like occasionally flat Earth? Incidentally flat Earth?
Sporadically flat Earth.
I like that. I like sporadically. Has a whimsical nature to it. I approve.
To be somebody. Oh dang, man! It's getting new. Sometimes they pop in and we get a bunch. Sometimes it's kind of dead. Unfortunately, I wish we'd had one, but some of the other larger streams may still be going. I think that may be it.
It should be wrapping up by now, for sure.
Let's see.
Especially the Christians, because they've got to be good boys and girls and go to bed. Because what's that song? Nothing good happens past 2 a.m.
Yeah. Canadian Ollyman says there is only one flat Earth argument that makes sense. The Earth is covered by approximately 70% water. That water is not carbonated, therefore Earth is flat. Nicely done.
Hey, that's mine. Do you know that? That's trademark infringement, and you know it.
Damn it. I might be making an 8-bit Krakatoni and
I still need to once I get enough channel members here, I can finally give everybody the Krakatoni emoji.
The emoji, yeah.
I have that
to add to the background. Because I just sort of threw in some assets that I found. Those aren't, none of that's my own personal art, but you might get some, JL.
If we can get there,
we need a little Krakatoni back there. My next art endeavors are going to involve some kind of animation. That's my next big adventure that I'm terrified of.
Oh, well, at least I have a few new books thanks to Leo and Nobody on Fire. I have a couple of new books to check out, so I'm looking forward to diving to those when I get the opportunity. Don't want to waste. I managed to knock out a bunch of like my backlogged content, the stuff that I don't think would make for good videos, but make for good reaction stuff. But I don't want to burn through it all, and we haven't yet gotten somebody up on stage yet.
What happens?
We need more impactful content to work with.
It's Wednesday. They're all at church.
Yeah, but last Wednesday was really, really good. And hey, how's it going, Ilosifer? Good to see you.
I know
last Wednesday was really solid.
I know the Baptists and a lot of the sort of the really evangelical, big, loud, screamy types. They do church on Wednesday nights.
Unfortunately, Ollie man, I don't think I will not be able to make Baja Con in August because it's out of the country. So, and just as far as scheduling goes, it'd be too problematic. But I hear it'll be fun. Maybe one day I'll be able to go. So I think it would be awesome to kind of hobnob with some of my favorite creators. And hey, 100th Monkey, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And apparently Chris is added with Tony and Jay in the chat once again.
Lots of keyboard warriors tonight, but nobody wants to come and stand on business. It's tragic.
Got to be somebody.
Somebody. Anybody.
That's a good one. Let me see. I'm going to put out another feeler.
Feeler.
There we go. I'm going to put. Nope. That's the wrong one.
Wrong feeler.
Bad touch.
Abort.
Stranger danger.
Oops.
And
I put the wrong link, is what it was.
Missed it by that much.
That's what they all say.
And let me get the link there.
Krakatoni, I'm making you a Krakatoni. Because I just can't get enough.
So I think
there
it's
we go.
called a crack emoji.
The what?
A crack
the
emoji.
Krakatoni crack emoji. I like it. It tickles my brain.
All right. Well, I don't want to have dead air. I want to make sure that we get the opportunity. Let me see what's going on.
Oh, we got fighting words. We got some fighting words.
What's happening?
Someone here thinks evolution is impossible.
Hey, Primordial Puggles, good to see you. I'm glad you made it home all right. Hope you had a good day. Vesuvian doppelganger. Evolution is impossible. I'd love to hear your explanation as to how it is impossible. Like, how did you determine that? Please feel free to come on stage and defend that position.
Yes, we're all waiting with bated breath.
And good to see you, and the George said, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I'd love to hear this. I'd love to hear how evolution is impossible.
Bring it the fuck on.
Well, if by that he's implying that, there's no candidates for him to breed, is it a lot?
If the implicate that it's impossible, that it goes. So he says evolution is impossible. So his statement is that it is impossible for gene alleles in populations to be selected for by evolutionary pressures, resulting in phenotypical changes over time.
And his evidence is because I say so, bro?
Yeah. So if you're saying that is impossible, it is impossible for natural selection pressures to result in certain genes, certain alleles being selected for in the next generation, so on and so forth, that results in changes over time. I'd love to hear how it's impossible, unless they just came in here to keyboard
Talk
warrior.
Shit. Yep.
Because if you think you came in here and it was shots fired, that was just you. That was just a pop gun. So come on.
That was a dud.
That was a dud. And apparently a lot of people in the chat want to hear it as well. I'm very curious. I want to hear it.
Do it, do it, do it.
Vesuvian doppelganger.
It's a magic card. Magic the Gathering.
Oh, okay.
A card nobody would play with any self-respect.
Yeah, I was too busy having sex with women.
Yeah. Me too.
Vesuvian doppelganger. I mean, I lied there. I played it. I played it when I was in junior high school because my friends played it. But
I went with a boyfriend at the time I was playing World of Warcraft at the time, and he played like Dungeons and Dragons or something. And so I told him, I was like, okay, so my awkwardness is not this. I will not be participating in your game. But we can sit together and like co-play, like from afar, and still hang out and giggle and whatnot. But like, I ain't gonna do all that. And I tell you what, the secondhand embarrassment I achieved during that was record breaking. I don't know what it is. I can't. My brain doesn't work that way.
Tony Regine brings up, no, you weren't. You were playing WoW. That's true. If it was post 2003, I was playing WoW.
Yeah, I started playing in 2006. I think it was 7. It was right when the Burning Crusade came out.
Yeah, I've been playing since launch. I'm definitely in the WoW cult. So
yes, you're an OG, babe. This is Brightwing.
Nice.
And then I've got this big one here. That's one of the little it's the little sprites, the little mischievous sprites that actually ride the little dragon babies. Like they ride little mini Brightwing when they're little. They steal their eggies and then ride off in them. They're so funny.
I mean, I'm a big enough nerd. I got Doomhammer.
Oh yes, the jealousy is real with this one.
So I got my Doomhammer, but I unfortunately don't have a Frostmourne yet. But I did love this. I did love this hammer.
Don't you have a Thor? Like a full? Is that you? Not Thor. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm getting.
Nothing of Thor, no.
Not Thor. What are you thinking of?
I got all kinds of goofy.
Thrall. Dumbass. Yeah, I was mixing my my fantasy.
Okay, I gotta jump on this because Vesuvian Doppelganger is bringing something up, but this is just statements that they're making. Okay, hang on a sec. The sequence of nucleotide bases has to change. Making random changes will simply destroy the instructions for creating that animal.
That's not how that works.
That's not how that works. Agreed. And then how is selecting alleles going to cause evolution to occur? The alleles already exist. Right. The alleles exist in that population, and then evolutionary pressures on that population result in certain alleles being selected for. Those selected for means that those are the ones that survive
internally
to go on to the next generation of that population. So this is not an individual organism. This is a population of organisms, millions, if not tens of millions of organisms, and
over generations.
So those incremental changes occur as a result of specific because other ones that are not getting selected for fall away because those organisms die out, they don't reproduce and send their genes along, whereas the ones that are selected for do, and those incremental changes result in phenotypical change alterations until the organism is different. So this is what we observe. And then you made this did somebody say Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseekers?
Yes.
Sorry, I have to say that every time because he said Thunder Fury. Did somebody say Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? So nonetheless, spam was a wild beta tester. Nice. And then Vesuvian says, how is selecting alleles? And then Vesuvian said, evolution is impossible just from basic logic and reasoning. I'd love to hear your argument. I'd love to hear the argument that you're making like that. The premise, conclusion. I'd love to hear that. Is to the
Do you look exactly like your parents? No? Are there certain features that you can see in your own family history across several generations? Yes.
I'm fairly certain that Vesuvian, if you come up on stage, you don't even have to be on camera. You don't have to be on camera. We just have to be able to hear you. But if you come up on stage, there are people in the chat right now that are better at explaining these things than I am. That'll be more than happy to take you apart and explain how you are like fundamentally wrong. So that is if you have the courage to come up on stage. I mean, if you do. If you don't and you just want to like spout things in the chat, that's going to be irrelevant because I'm telling you that these things that it can be shown how you're wrong, but I want you up on stage so that we can have this conversation. I definitely want to hear your argument. I want to hear because you said impossibility, which entails a contradiction. So I want to hear your argument.
Bring it the fuck on.
MS Paint Pro, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Got the Dusty Dragon and the Daydream Dragon in Dragonvale today. Nice. Let me see. I don't know if Vesuvian's going to go. Yes, Jared Reed says, I want to hear your reasoning behind your argument. Click on the link and go up on stage. Come on up.
Do the damn thing.
Do the
I'll
thing.
Be nice-ish. Yeah. As much as possible, I suppose.
I want to hear it. I want to give him plenty of time to give me his syllogism. I want to hear the syllogism behind that.
The rope.
Let me see. Until then,
cue roll.
Oh, and thank you, Fine Guy, for linking my stream. I appreciate that, Fine Guy. He's over there in Discord linking it for me, so maybe we can get somebody up here.
Very nice, very nice. We stand a cheerleader.
Let's see. You say you get your genes from your parents, therefore there is nothing new coming into existence, thereby rendering evolution as a possibility. No, mutations are new information.
Yep.
Okay?
I have a mutation that neither of my parents.
So I think that the pattern counts as what we consider being new. So in as much as there is no more ultimate existence, Yeah, but we're talking about the order that things keep happening in, and that's changing.
So mutations and replications are all considered new information. Mutations are considered new information in a biological context because they change the DNA sequence, creating new genetic variations that did not exist before. These changes can range from single point mutations to large insertions and duplications, providing new genetic raw material, though many are neutral or harmful rather than beneficial. And actually, in that one, there are more neutral ones than there are harmful or beneficial, but they still do exist. Okay. But yes, they're all considered new information because they change the DNA sequence. So you're cooked on that one.
The ability to process lactose.
His argument, Randall Flagg says his argument would be, my mama said, mama said evolution ain't true because mama said, mama said alligators are so ornery because they got all those teeth and no toothbrush.
She let me touch your boobies and I liked it. But
well, folks, mama's wrong again. No, Colonel Sanders, you're wrong. I fucking love the Water Boy. So brilliant.
It's one of the, like, maybe one of the only Adam Sandler movies that
I put it up there. Enjoy. I put it up there. If I were to do a top 3, I would say Happy Gilmore, The Wedding Singer, and The Water Boy, because Happy Gilmore had me falling out of my chair. That movie was so fucking hilarious. And Wedding Singer was great because it hit me in my nostalgia because it did the 80s so perfectly.
It did, yes.
And Waterboy is just so ridiculous. So cute. It's so just like Bobby Boucher, and his mother was Kathy Bates, Oscar winner Kathy Bates. Right?
Like, it tells me that Adam Sandler cannot be like a horrible human if he managed to snaggle. Like,
okay, I'll say this:
the legend.
You are right, Gary-san. You are correct. Uncut Gems is one of his best movies. Let me rephrase. Adam Sandler comedies. I would say his top comedies. His best like dramas. Uncut Gems is up there. Punch Drunk Love is amazing. It's one of my favorites. He's done some magnificent stuff. Okay, Randall Flagg says, how about Little Nicky? Little Nicky got a little too cringe for my taste.
Yeah.
You know?
It didn't age well either.
Right. It just doesn't age. But there were some funny moments. I'll give that. Hitler taking a pineapple up the ass, you know, like that's his punishment. And then like bringing things like
my Schadenfreude a little bit.
It's time, Hitler. And he's like, oh, and he brings him a small pineapple and he's like, nope. He's like, oh, and he brings him a giant pineapple. He's like, that's the one. And then crams a pineapple up his ass. What is it? The greens, the spines on the top. I can't remember what they're called, but the leaves first. That's just that's good humor, but Little Nicky and Billy Madison like this, but Happy Gilmore was brilliant. Happy Gilmore was brilliant. Wedding Singer was top notch. Obviously, I think Adam Sandler and Drew Barrymore just make a cute fucking couple. Their chemistry is undeniable, and they were. He's like, what was that? You hit all those cones. Those could be people at her party. You could have killed people at her party. What are you doing? They were cones.
They were also in 50 First Dates, which I actually liked.
Oh yeah, that one was cute.
Oh, 50 First Dates was great. It was also very cute.
Yeah, it was actually not entirely stupid.
Yeah,
Pixels almost got me. It almost got me. It started out in a good way, but then wound up completely just like it just fell off at the end. I don't know how they were planning on ending that, but it started out cute, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be decent, you know, this goofy Adam Sandler whatever. But then I was like, so it fell off at the end for me. The first act and the second act that got me, but the third one did not. 50 First Dates is really good. I'm still to this day trying to wrap my mind around a buff Sean Astin because he was her brother,
right?
And he was working out, and Sean Astin was actually buff in that film.
Wow.
So I'm still trying to wrap it because I mean we've all seen Samwise. So just trying to envision that. But
Right? Yeah. Damn. Interesting. Let my fingers do the walking.
fuck, Wedding Singer was so good. Somebody kill me, please.
My older
Yeah.
brother loved Adam Sandler movies, and so I felt, and plus, if back then, man, he was doing a lot of films.
Mhm.
Like he's putting out something.
Where is Vesuvin?
A couple times a year.
Oh, Click. Click was a good movie.
Was that with Will Smith?
No, Click was that's Hitch. But
Hitch,
Click
okay.
Click was when he had the universal remote.
Right.
There was the Bed Bath and Beyond, and so there's the bed and the bath, and then Christopher Walken came in and took him to the Beyond, and it was a universal remote that allowed him to control his reality. And the moral lessons in there are really great. But him and Kate Beckinsale had great chemistry. But I'm a fat guy. When he wakes because he's skipping he's fast forwarding through large chunks of his life. But there were some moments in there that just hit, like when he's on when he chooses to go on autopilot, and he's just like he's skipping sections of his life. But when he does that, effectively in real life, he goes on autopilot.
Yeah.
And so he's not really interacting with anybody. And the last interaction, because eventually when he comes out of it and he goes back to like his normal awareness, his dad is dead. His dad was played by Henry Winkler, and his dad is dead. And he goes back and he rewinds to see what happened, and he completely autopiloted through the very last interaction with his dad before his dad passed away. It broke my heart.
I bet. Jesus.
Yeah. That one hit. The Click hits differently. Click hits hard. It has some real moments in there. It lost for Joe Dirt 2. Now that's a fucking movie for the whole family.
Oh my god.
Big Daddy was pretty good too. Yeah, Big Daddy had some good moments. Hooters. Yeah, Click was a tearjerker, and a serious tearjerker with some moments like when he pauses Sean Astin. He pauses Sean Astin, who's the guy who's moving in on his wife, and he pauses him and then goes over and then kicks him in the sack like 4 times when he's paused, and then unpauses him. And he's like, ah! Or farting in David Hasselhoff's mouth. Oh, do I taste shit?
I'm doing like vintage movie nights on my Discord. Just I've got a ton of like actual DVDs and VHS tapes and stuff, and I have a real working, perfectly, pristine DVD VHS player. So I figured out how to connect it to my laptop and stream my real movies, because I live by myself, so I don't ever have anybody to watch them with. I was like, well, maybe other people would want to watch with me.
Scuba Steve, damn you.
Yeah, so I put a little what do you call it, like a little poll in the chat, and let people pick, and then we just kind of hang out and watch old movies. It's been really nice.
Beat me up, Bob. Good to see you. He's like, hey, are you a fan of Flock of Seagulls? No, but I can see that you are. All right. Well, I mean, we haven't had any theists come up, and Vesuvin looks like they've run away, which is a shame. I was hoping that we would get somebody up. But it looks like we're coming up on the 4.5 hour mark. This might be a little bit shorter than usual.
Usual than your normal like 7 or 8 hours.
Yeah, I'd love to be able to go longer, but we just need to have somebody to have a conversation with, and I don't want to burn through any more content to say, because I can save it for other stuff.
Yeah,
I hate to end it this early, or I had to end it earlier than usual. Typically, I end it usually around midnight. At least get at least another hour and a half out of it. But if we don't have anybody to talk to, which is a shame, hopefully we will. Andrew has let me know that next Sunday is Mother's Day.
Yes.
So
this coming Sunday, yeah.
Right. This coming Sunday is Mother's Day. I'm gonna maintain the schedule just in case. But I'm still going to. I have more content that we can look at if we need to. But nobody on fire says, "Damn, I'm off work in 2 hours." Oh, it's a shame. But we got to have somebody to talk to. We got to have a theist actually come up on the stage and hopefully have a conversation. But we haven't gotten any in, despite the feelers I've put out on Discord. There's no like biters there, but you never know. There, if I tag the people that I respond to, that we respond to on stage, I tag them in the description, so maybe they'll see those and they'll want to respond. I'd love to get a response video to something that we've responded to that I could then critique. That would be fun.
I love drama slop response wars. It tickles my brain.
Definitely. And was it Illogical says, I'm going to have to start actually trying to direct Theus here for the good of the race. Definitely, 100%. I appreciate that. I'm doing my best to try and find some. I'm in the politics Discord server. I am not in PNR, and there may be other like theist like Discord servers that I could possibly tap, but I'm not a part of any, and I haven't got any invitations to be a part of any. So, you know.
Yeah, I feel weird going into Thea spaces and
right.
being the thing that I have been literally moderating for like years. Yeah, so I just didn't feel right.
Well, it's kind of a bummer. Oh, holy shit! I said Scuba Steve, and there is somebody with the name Scuba Steve in the politics Discord server.
Of course there is.
Scuba Steve, damn you. All right. Well, given that, we did a couple of reviews. Haven't had any Theus up on stage to talk to, which is kind of a bummer. But this isn't we're not going to stop doing. I'm not going to stop doing the stage. So hopefully we will get somebody. Average Joe, good to see you. Says I tried to message my dad to see if he would call in. He hasn't seen the message yet. All these potentials.
All right. I'm gonna go finish my Krakatoni.
Okay. Because it may be that we are cooling off here.
Plus, my stomach is starting to make noise loud enough that I fear that my earbuds will start picking it up. So
we'll
I
definitely
should
go
probably do that because I'm skinny enough, and if I get any skinnier, my pants will fall right off my non-existent ass. So. For the good of my butt cheeks, I am going to get off of the internet for the night. It's been swell. It's been fun.
Awesome. Thank you, Earl. I appreciate you coming up.
Of course. Have a good one.
You too.
Have a good one.
And Jared Reed has sent me a video. Cliff Connectly debates the biggest atheist. This is Cliff Connectly versus Alex O'Connor.
Yeah, I think I saw a large amount of that through various clips.
I'm on the fence about Alex these days. I don't know. There's some things I would like to ask Alex personally, that just some stuff I'd like to go over, because maybe it's just because we come from two different kind of like positions regarding the effects of religion in society. But I don't know. I think he could go a little bit harder. I think that the times when he does go hard are few and far between. I know he's trying to maintain a real positive environment, and that's good. I applaud him for that. But
yeah, there's a channel called Sound of Science. Are you familiar with it?
I am not.
Okay. It's a like a rather narrative review kind of channel that goes through a lot of the typical theist type content. And a lot of video reviews. So they've done video reviews of call-ins from like AXP and similar shows as well. But they've got a very particular bone to pick now with Alex, and they literally kind of pinned him as being a theist asset at this point.
I see the video here.
Fighting words.
Alex O'Connor fails to debunk Ricky Gervais, and Ricky rules, Alex fails. Well, Ricky rules. That's why. I mean, if we're talking about atheism, that's one thing, but obviously there's some real problems with Ricky Gervais. But look at that Christian asset correction. Alex O'Connor is promoting Christian propaganda. There's a lot.
You found the channel. Yeah.
And the Matt Dillahunty is right. Claims are not evidence. I agree with that. Claims are not evidence. So, and that whole thing that was really weird. The conversation that Alex had with the other person about Matt's video, that seemed very strange. So, because claims in and of themselves are not evidence of, so I don't know where, abortion bad unless my God does it. Michael Knowles doesn't. Yeah, Michael Knowles doesn't understand shit.
Yeah, a lot of the content there, it falls into what we might expect, right? But there are some interesting takes, and there's been a recent string where this person has noticed a pattern, as they've discovered, for how much Alex platforms. It's as much about the platforming, not so much as actual support for it. It's like leaving the door open in a way that Alex might have given pushback in any other case. So it's like he's becoming soft, as it were. At a bare minimum, platforming without the resistance that would be expected.
I do like what MS Paint Pro said here. Alex O'Connor is trying to keep Christians thinking he's going to convert, so they keep talking to him. That's an interesting take, and I think I'm inclined to kind of side with that as the possibility. But the guy who has opinions is here in the live chat, says, of course God exists. Why do people think he doesn't? So the guy who has opinions, you're welcome to come up on stage, and we will talk about, if you believe a God exists, why do you believe a God exists? We can examine that and have that conversation. That is one I would like to have. The link is pinned in the side chat. You are more than welcome to come up on stage. You do not have to be on camera if you don't want to. So, but we do need to be able to hear you. So, and hey, Oat Milk, good to see you. Yeah, the guy who has opinions, click the link and tell JL why God exists. I'd love to hear this. See, we have them in the live chat. They're here. But they need to come up on stage so we can have these conversations.
Are they in the room with us now?
As a matter of fact, I'd be happy to. I actually have to use the restroom. And if he comes up here, I'll let Andrew have first crack at him. Andrew can go to town and have that conversation. I'll step away for a moment, I'll just listen in. But guy who has opinions. I know you're out there. I can hear you breathing. Thank you, Spam. Where'd he go? I'm like Beetlejuice here. Where'd you go? Come on, you're working with a professional here. Nice fucking model.
Wait a second, let me try something. The guy who has opinions. The guy who has opinions. The guy who has opinions. Did it work?
No, he didn't pop in.
Oh, there goes that Beetlejuice reference.
Oh, where did he go?
Oh, hold on. Let's just Well, they're still registered to the stream. Come on. Click the link.
Click it.
You wanna. That's the 11th commandment,
you wanna.
It's thou shalt not wanna.
Come on. Oh, there's a live stream going on right now over at needgod.net. There's a live stream going on. Questions get answered. Ask anything. Needgod.net live stream. They have 169 people watching. I'd love for them to answer some questions. I want to ask them my classic question. That's what I want to ask them. Oh, it's an open panel. Intriguing. Why do they have it on subscribers only mode? Why do they always do that?
It's because you can ask anything as long as we can curate the crowd.
JL, call in and stream it. Call in live. Oh, that would be that would be so weird. I don't know. They don't have a link. At least I'm not seeing one. I'm not seeing a link for their chat to join their panel. I'm not seeing one. They have 178,000 subscribers. I don't think that. I honestly, I don't think they're ready to have the conversations that I would bring them. To be perfectly honest.
So like how hard Adam was trying to get it on with the animals before, God decided, hey, the rib thing might be an option.
This cloaca doesn't work. Where did the guy where did the guy go? Is he still in the chat?
He was when I checked a moment ago. I don't know. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
Let me see. They started streaming 4 hours ago. They've been going as long, pretty much as long as I have. Blah blah blah. Website needgod.net. Discord Christian server needgod.net. Oh, why the hell not? Damn it, let me do this. Can't believe I'm doing this.
Is this a raid?
No. I don't. I'm saying I'm checking out their Discord.
Little tone check.
Yeah, I want to check out their Discord and see what's up over because you never know. It might be that it's all that they're doing it on Discord and that's where they're streaming from. So I'm kind of curious about that. They have a lot of members. I'll give them that. Except that. Okay. See, Spam says, hey, if we ask if they'd mind a cross-channel link to have a chat and they say that they don't want to, we just politely leave, no problem. Well, you have to subscribe to them to actually like speak in the live chat, but oh god, they have like a questionnaire to complete. Son of a bitch.
You want me to sign statement of faith?
I didn't even look at it yet.
Actually, there's a funny thought there because they said open for questions, but they didn't say from who. So the question is are they tending their own flock, or was that actually up for challenge?
Let me actually move it over here.
I'm not sure that was implicit from anything I heard so far.
Let me go over here. 1 second. I got to go to a different tab. Yeah, I'm gonna mute that. And let me check something out real quick. You never know. But apparently the guy who has opinions is not coming up here. So, which is a damn shame.
Oh, that does look like they left the chat. They have dropped off the video.
I figured as much. Oh,
the guy who had opinions.
Let me see here. Come on, load the live chat. This is just, prime watching right now. Okay, subscribers mode only. It's so obnoxious. Live conversations, talking with people worldwide on OME TV and Monkey. Viewer chats happen during the stream. Have a question to ask in chat. Well, yeah, this is to spam. This is totally edge of your seat kind of stuff right here. I was hoping we'd have somebody. Ryan Murphy, good to see you. Says we're over here discussing the finer points of consent on the interwebs. Meanwhile, Parker gets nonstop race baiters. Right. But good to see you, Ryan. And yep, I guess they ran away. Oh, why do they always run away? They bravely run away.
That bunny, it's a killer.
What a shame. Well, I'm guessing, yeah, even quiet here is better than, oh, thank you so much, Spam. Yes, yeah. I wish we'd gotten somebody up. Unfortunately, we did not. It's about 4:46, and I'm trying to bounce. I'm bouncing around between tabs. I could interact with them to see what they've got going on, but right now they seem to be doing some sort of like quiz thing with the chat, and it doesn't look like they're actually having like a conversation. So they're doing like a quiz thing, like who is the first judge in the Book of Judges? So there's like doing Bible trivia or something of that nature. And Dead Domain is currently live as well. So I don't. I'd love to be able to ask this question. I guess I can type it in the chat. I can type it in their live chat if I subscribe to them. Yeah, BV, none of them ever want to defend their position. It is, weird. But then again, they, like I said, it's entirely possible that they don't know that I'm live, that they haven't come across it. So I also attribute that because, depends upon whether or not we get the push in the algorithm. So that may be the issue. But I'm not familiar with any of the people that are on this panel. But it's a pretty big pretty big channel, 178,000 subscribers. I guess we'll find out. Well, oh, they're about to close it out. They're doing their Let's Pray moment. So they're about to close it out anyway. Okay, well, I guess we're good here. I think this is good. We're coming up on the 5-hour mark. We haven't gotten any theists in the chat too or up on stage. Unfortunately, we got a bunch of keyboard warriors. Wish some of them had come up to have conversations, but we did cover a couple of videos and got some good reviews in. So I guess this is where we will call it. Don't have the theists willing to step up to the plate today. Hopefully that will change as the algorithm continues to push us further and we get some more. They're all into something of their other streams, but that's all good. There's competition across the board, which is a good thing. So I will say I appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you for coming up and being on the stage, as well as a huge thank you to Jay. A huge thank you to I Killed Earl and Karen Dave. I appreciate everybody being able to. Leo Phileas as well. You guys rock. Average Joe says, what does a frozen beer, a burnt pizza, and a pregnant woman have in common? Someone forgot to pull it out in time. I like you. But I appreciate everybody being here, and thank you so much for all of the super chats and the milestone chats. I love seeing people who have been subscribed, and seeing how long they've been members of the channel. That support really helps me to do this and keeps everything going. So stay tuned. We're going to do this again. The Mother's Day stream may be a dud. It may not, but maybe I'll do it on Saturday. Maybe I'll just bump it forward and I'll do it on Saturday so we can avoid Sunday. That might work, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And I appreciate everybody being here. So let me go ahead and bump this up. As usual, stay tuned. Content coming up, and thank you for support. If you like the stream, hit the like button. If you didn't like it, hit the dislike button. Leave a comment. Definitely leave a comment about the things that we said, or like how you think we can improve, or anything. I'm always looking for new feedback, and that always helps us. It helps the channel grow. I am currently what looks like, if I do this 1 second, if I open this up and I go to the studio, I am currently 32. That's 840. I am currently 68. I am 68 subscribers away from 15K. So 68 subscribers away from 15K. So I appreciate everybody supporting that. So closing on 15,000. That'll be really nice to hit that milestone. If I could do it before June, that'd be fantastic. That'd be really, really, really good. But couldn't do it without you guys. You guys rule. And definitely check out the Discord. We have good conversations going on. Andrew is currently involved in a good one over there on the Discord channel. So I appreciate it. The back and forth you were having with Chris. So thank you all so much for being here. I am JL. This is Bridge the Divide. This has, of course, been the Stage of Reason. I'll see you on the next one. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. Say bye, Andrew.
Ciao.